Chapter 222. But in the end, I underestimated the backlash of angering the heavenly might. When I told the whole story, the backlash of the heavenly way descended. Not only did it extract half of my lifespan, but it also directly crippled my heavenly fate energy supplement technique. Even 70 to 80% of my Taoist foundation was destroyed. Blind Hong sighed with melancholy. From then on, I already knew that I had revealed too much of the heavenly way this time. I had greatly angered the heavenly way. And more than 20 years ago, I looked at the feng shui for the Ming family and the Ning family. The original intention of these two families was to welcome the birth of the phoenix soul. However, the moment the phoenix soul appeared in the world was the moment I was completely punished for participating in the scheme against the phoenix soul. Naturally, I didn't want to see it. But when I thought of the fury of the heavenly way and the power of the backlash of the heavenly way, it still made me feel lingering fear. However, it also aroused my rebellious heart. Since I was destined to rebel, I thought that if I did the opposite, I might be able to have a happy ending. But I didn't expect that after I saw it, both my eyes were blinded. But under my guidance, the feng shui of the Ning family and the Ming family had already taken shape and embarked on the path of leading the phoenix to extinguish the wind. But recently, I don't know who not only saw through my layout, but also used the foundation of the feng shui that I had set up to take advantage of the situation. He went against death and came back to life. He completely reversed the foundation of the array. Blind Hong pursed his lips and sighed. The person who reversed the layout has a clever mind. The size of the layout, the viciousness of his thinking, the secrecy of the layout, and the ruthlessness of his actions. I have never seen anything like this in my life. We are all people who set up the layout. My layout was broken by him, and what he broke was a layout that went against the heavenly way. As the person who set up the layout, I naturally bear the brunt of the backlash. Blind Hong sighed. This is all fate. Old Zhua, this is probably the so-called, the will of the heavenly way cannot be defied. It's true. You changed the things that the heavenly way had set up. It's said that man can conquer the heavenly way, but no matter how much time has passed, he can still twist it back to its original path. And the time, the experience, the fate that was reversed will all turn into a backlash. Blind Hong's expression was bleak. In these short 7 to 8 days, I can feel that my life is rapidly being sucked away. Tears appeared in Blind's eyes. I don't even dare to sleep now. Old Zhua, can you imagine? When I wake up from my sleep, I'll lose at least 10 years of my life. Zhua Chonglu's mouth twitched. A few days ago, Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaoyan had been talking about changing their fates at home. They had asked Mu Yinyan and the others to help them. Although Zhua Chonglu only knew the general idea, he knew the reason behind it. He had painstakingly begged for the life-continuing pill and gave it to the blind man, hoping that it would increase his lifespan by 100 years. In the end, his son only used 7 or 8 days to suck away all of the lifespan that the blind man had painstakingly increased, and even more. For a moment, Zhua Chonglu couldn't help but recall what Blind Hong had said earlier. Heaven's will cannot be defied. Could it be that heaven's will really cannot be defied? No matter how hard one tried, there would always be other accidents that would disrupt one's well-planned plans, erase all of one's efforts, and return everything to its original path. You, how are you now? Zhua Chonglu felt that he didn't know how to speak anymore. Now. Blind Hong laughed bitterly and said, my lifespan is really running out this time, and the backlash this time is so severe that I have never seen it before. In this lifetime, I have become a Qi diviner and come to Phoenix City to observe the feng shui. This is definitely the biggest mistake I have ever made in my life, and the most unlucky thing of all. Heavens will reincarnate. Today, it's my turn. It's not that I don't want to take revenge, it's just that it's not the time yet. This Phoenix City's feng shui was originally following the will of the heavens, but I forcefully changed it to defy the will of the heavens. Later on, it was reversed by someone else. The cause and effect of this is something that I cannot bear alone. Too much for me to bear? What does that mean? It means that this karma will fall upon my reincarnation. Blind Hong stomped his feet and sighed. I will have to bear this backlash for the rest of my life, and I don't know when it will end. At the very least, I will have to bear it until a long time after the heavenly Tao is formed. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Chonglu's eyes lit up. This? What do you mean? I don't know the specifics. The only thing I can be sure of is that this time, the backlash from the primordial soul and the true spirit-linking karma is destined to happen, and it can't be avoided. Blind Hong wanted to cry but had no tears. Although I don't know what my next life will be, I can tell you now. In my next life, I will have to repay the debt of this life. Until I have done so, what do you think this is? Zhuo Chonglu didn't understand. Then why did you come to see my son? Blind Hong grabbed Zhuo Zhonglu's hand and said softly, Brother Zhuo, you've helped me a lot in this life. You've taken care of me a lot. If it weren't for the beneficial spiritual tea you gave me that day and replenished my lifespan, I would have died a long time ago. However, I, Blind Hong, haven't given you anything in return. How can I be so thick-skinned as to say that you're my brother? The only thing I can do is to look into the future for your descendant. With my spirit as a guide, I can look into his future. This is also the last thing I can do for you in this life. If I die with so much debt, I, Blind Hong, will not die in peace. Zhuo Chonglu sighed softly. At this moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he made up his mind and made an important decision. Blind, how much longer do you have? Not much longer. Blind Hong said sadly, I, Blind Hong, am all alone in this life. I intend to deceive the heavens and steal from the world. It is only natural that I will be punished by the heavens. I have no complaints, and I have nothing to worry about. The only thing I care about is your brother, old Zhuo. All alone in this life. All alone in this life, Zhuo Chonglu murmured. Then, he said, have a sip of tea here and rest your mind. I will call that little guy to come. He will let Brother Hong fulfill your last wish and pass away in peace. He grabbed Blind Hong's hand. Brother, you and I have been friends all our lives. You don't owe me anything, and I don't owe you anything. You must remember, I am only here because your surname is Hong. You are Blind Hong. And you are here because my surname is Zhuo. We are like-minded. There is nothing else. Like-minded. Blind Hong choked with sobs. Thank you. Zhuo Chonglu took out his phone and called Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo was about to enter the gravity room when he received the call. It was common for Mother Zhuo and Zhuo Xiaonian to call him. However, it was extremely rare for Father Zhuo to call him. He did not know what had happened, so he rushed over in a hurry. It did not take him more than a few minutes to step into Zhuo Chonglu's Astral Soul Stone Shop. Father, why did you call me over in such a hurry? Zhuo Xiaoduo thought it was something big, but when he came over to take a look, he saw Zhuo Zhonglu sitting leisurely with Blind Hong and drinking tea. He couldn't help but feel surprised. What was going on? This is your Uncle Hong. You have met him before. However, we were in a hurry last time and did not have the time to formally introduce you. This time, I will make up for it. Zhuo Chonglu said solemnly, your Uncle Hong is the #1 Qi Watcher in Phoenix City. At the same time, he is also the #1 Qi Watcher in the Central Plains. He called you here because he wants to read your fate. Oh, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not know what was going on. He hurriedly bowed. Hello, Uncle Hong. Good. Blind Hong smiled kindly. You are Zhuo Xiaoduo? Good child. Child, come here. Sit here and don't move. Blind Hong placed a small stool 3 feet in front of him. Okay. At this moment, Blind Hong completely closed his 2 blind eyes. His entire body was like a piece of rotten wood. There was no sign of life in him at all. However, just when Zhuo Xiaoduo could not sit still anymore, a green light suddenly flashed from Blind Hong's forehead on his wrinkled face. After a while, the green light formed an illusory object that looked like an eye on his forehead. As far as the eye could see, it was more like an eye formed by a cloud of fog. Blind Hong's voice sounded faintly. Old Zhuo, this is the last step of my true spirit aura observation technique. It has never been activated or used before. True spirit aura observation technique? All Qi watchers who cultivate the true spirit aura observation technique only have one chance to use it in their lives. From now on, you must remember every word that I say. Zhuo Changlu's expression became serious. The hazy eye formed by the fog suddenly opened and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo's face. The moment he looked at it, Blind Hong's face was full of shock and astonishment. In his illusory eye, he clearly saw a cloud of green qi and a cloud of purple qi intertwining with each other and rushing straight toward the nine heavens imperial court. Dragons hide and phoenixes soar in a corner, wind and clouds soar together in one night. With a flip of my hand, I picked up the tears of 1,000 souls and stepped out of the white bone peak. Seeking Tao, the mortal world has no master, but once the phoenix cries, the central plains will turn red. Torrential waves of blood connect the land, and ghosts will shock heaven and earth for thousands of miles. Heterodox demons walk the path of wind and clouds and drink green blood toward the sky, sweeping away all the obstacles in front and hammering the central plains and eastern pass. Fangyang's purple soul soars into the sky, and his eyes are filled with murderous intent. At the intersection of firmness and softness, true emotions and true nature. Not believing in the yin and yang of the human world, he coldly looks at the mortal world and breaks through the northern underworld. A thought always stays in his heart, and two feelings depend on each other in the nine heavens. Never. Believing that the heavens have a master, he hammered the sun and moon towards the east. Monstrous waves of blood rise with one hand, and bones are everywhere. One foot is empty, this life is endless. Blind Hong's expression became more and more serious, surprised and shocked. However, every word that came out of his mouth was still clear and calm. However, just as he said the words "this life is endless," he suddenly gurgled in his throat and his eyes bulged out in anger. Begging for monthly votes. Begging for subscriptions. Begging for recommendation votes. Brothers, help heterodox. Chapter 223. Blind Hong's old face flushed red. Then, the eyes formed by the smoke suddenly disappeared without a trace. With a puff, Blind Hong spat out a big mouthful of blood. His entire body fell from the sky. He was still unconscious. His whole body was twitching nonstop. Gurgling sounds came from his throat. He couldn't catch his breath and was about to die. Zhuo Zhanglu reacted quickly and supported Blind Hong's body. Then, he threw an elixir into Blind Hong's mouth. After that, he brought over the 3,000-year-old ginseng tea that he had brewed earlier. Then, he poured the tea directly into Blind Hong's mouth. Then, he started to push Blind Hong's blood. Come and help me too. Zhuo Changlu was obviously afraid that he wouldn't be able to activate the blood vessels with his own strength. He hurriedly called out to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Oh, okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo was also anxious. This old blind man, he just read my fortune. Why is he going to die? Does that mean I'm the one who caused his death? What the hell? This was simply a black pot that fell from the sky. The father and son were busy for a full 15 minutes before Blind Hong finally woke up. However, he was already on the verge of death. He looked like he was on the verge of death. He smacked his lips and laughed bitterly. Old Zhuo, you've wasted good things for me again. It's useless. Today is the day I die. Zhuo Changlu let out a long sigh. Old Hong, hang in there. I can't hang in there anymore. Blind Hong smiled weakly and said, under the effect of the true soul aura examination technique, I don't know anything. You just have to remember everything I said just now. Do you remember everything? Got it, got it. Zhuo Changlu nodded deeply. Blind Hong nodded and smiled comfortingly. Then, he said helplessly, Old Zhuo, it seems that I still have to trouble you for my funeral, but there's no need to go through so much trouble. I don't have any children, nor do I have any ancestral graves. You can just wrap my stinky skin up and find a coffin to bury me. I've already thought of a grave. It's at. Zhuo Changlu held Blind Hong's hand and said, Brother Hong, you have no children. It's your business that you don't have an ancestral grave. We're brothers. I, Zhuo Zhanglu, can't let you go on your last journey in a miserable state. Blind Hong smiled bitterly. This is heaven's will. Zhuo Zhanglu thought for a while and said, blind man, since you are willing to risk your life to see the fate of my son, then this brat owes you a life." He thought carefully. He paced a few steps and looked up at the sky. Complicated emotions flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said decisively, "I'll let Xiao Duo send you off and open the gate of Yin Yang for you." Blind Hong's body suddenly shook. His face showed extreme surprise and surprise. Then, he shook his head slowly. "Old Zhua, why do you have to do this? Why do you have to let the child have another karma?" Zhua Chonglu said firmly, "This is what I should do." Then, he said, "Xiao Duo, kneel down. Kowtow to your godfather." Zhua Xiaoduo was stunned when he heard this order. I have a godfather now? And a godfather who is about to die. But he didn't dare to disobey his father. He knelt down obediently and kowtowed a few times. He called, "Godfather." Blind Hong was emotional. Hot tears gushed out of his dry eyes. Good boy. Good boy. It's just that you've been wronged. It's just that," he said with a trembling voice. "Old Zhua, I didn't give the child a greeting gift. I feel guilty." Zhua Chonglu said, "Rest well. There's no need to talk about a greeting gift." Blind Hong smiled contentedly and said weakly, "I, Blind Hong, have been lonely all my life. I have no one to rely on. I have no children. I didn't expect that before I die, I would have a godson with a bright future. Old Zhua, I'm grateful to you." He coughed a few times and said, "The books I stored with you before, and my natal ring. I'll give them to Xiao Duo." "Xiao Duo, I don't have much ability, and I don't have any legacy to leave you. You also know about Qi observation. But don't learn my real spiritual Qi observation technique. My natal ring. Ever since the foundation of my cultivation was destroyed and my divine sense was crippled, I couldn't even open it myself. There are some small things in there. There are many cultivation techniques, sword techniques, blade techniques, hammer techniques. It's just a pity that I'm too useless. Ever since my cultivation was crippled, I couldn't practice anything." When he said this, his eyes suddenly popped out, and he finally spat out a mouthful of blood. While he was struggling, Blind Hong suddenly straightened up. He pointed at the sky and said sternly, "In my next life, I'll go against your heaven." After he said this, he fell to the ground with his back facing the sky. Mouthfuls of blood kept spurting out. However, he was no longer breathing. Blind Hong died just like that. Looking at Blind Hong's corpse, Zhua Chonglu's eyes were deep. He sighed softly. After a very, very long time, he stretched out his hand and gently closed Blind Hong's eyelids. He muttered, "Brother Hong, you and I have known each other for a long time, in the heavens and on the earth, in this life and in the next. Now that I am leaving, I will be extremely lonely." He turned his head and looked at Zhua Xiaoduo. He said, "I'll contact the morning hall for everything. Tomorrow, we'll send your godfather off." Zhua Xiaoduo was puzzled. He said, "Dad, this is your godfather." Zhua Chonglu's eyes narrowed. He said softly, "Son, you must remember your godfather." Zhua Xiaoduo nodded his head in confusion. He didn't understand the meaning behind Zhua Chonglu's words at all. Zhua Chonglu covered Blind Hong's corpse with a piece of white cloth. At this moment, a dark ring on Blind Hong's finger suddenly lit up. Then, it became somewhat illusory. It seemed that this ring was going to disappear along with Blind Hong's life. However, this illusory state only lasted for a moment before it stopped. Then, it slowly floated down from Blind Hong's finger and stopped in midair. It flickered on and off again. It seemed that it could disappear at any time. Zhua Chonglu reached out his hand to grab it, but he grabbed nothing. It seemed that the ring didn't exist. Zhua Chonglu looked extremely surprised. He paused for a moment before saying, "Xiao Duo, I can't touch this ring. It's probably the ring that your godfather left for you. Try to take it and put it on your finger." Oh! Zhua Xiaoduo reached out his hand and grabbed the ring. Somehow, the ring that Zhua Chonglu couldn't grab with his hand solidified as soon as Zhua Xiaoduo reached out his hand. It fell into Zhua Xiaoduo's palm. It was cold to the touch. Which finger should I wear? Zhua Xiaoduo held the ring in one hand and looked at his finger. I can't wear the index finger, right? The ring finger isn't used for this. Then, the pinky? Zhou Xiaoduo murmured. Zhou Chonglu rolled his eyes. It's up to you. Zhou Xiaoduo casually put the ring on his pinky. The moment the ring was put on Zhou Xiaoduo's pinky, the ring suddenly began to tighten slowly and firmly around Zhou Xiaoduo's pinky. Then, Zhou Xiaoduo felt a pain in his finger. It was as if there were a few thorns sticking out of the ring and piercing deep into the flesh of Zhou Xiaoduo's pinky. He trembled in pain. Blood instantly seeped out and flowed into the ring, dyeing the entire ring red. After a while, the color of the ring that had turned completely red slowly faded and turned into an ordinary grayish-white ring. Then, even the grayish-white ring disappeared. The father and son looked at each other. Zhou Xiaoduo's pinky was empty. It's gone. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes widened. Don't be surprised. Try to think about that ring. Zhou Chonglu's face returned to calmness, but there was a hint of surprise in his tone. Zhou Xiaoduo thought for a while and kept muttering, ring, ring. The grayish-white ring appeared and quietly appeared on his finger. Wow, that's amazing. This time, Zhou Xiaoduo was completely shocked. In the future, if you want to use the things inside, you don't need to make the ring appear. Just communicate with your mind. Zhou Chonglu was very happy. He couldn't help but sigh. I never thought. This ring is actually a life ring. Life? What does a life ring mean? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. Well, when you have more experience in the future, you will naturally know. Zhou Chonglu obviously didn't want to explain more. Instead, he patted Zhou Xiaoduo's shoulder excitedly. You just need to know that you have made a fortune this time. Made a fortune? Zhou Xiaoduo was suspicious. Just this ring? What do you know? You don't know. You don't know. Zhou Chonglu couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know if he should say that fortune favors fools. Anyway, he never thought that Blind Hong would leave this ring to Zhou Xiaoduo. It was no wonder that before Blind Hong died, he had emphasized, natal. Zhou Xiaoduo was thinking about opening the ring to see what was inside and how he had made a fortune. However, he realized that he couldn't open this inconspicuous ring. Dad, I can't open this ring either. You haven't even condensed your mind and you want to open this ring? What kind of dream are you having? Zhou Chonglu said, this is a spiritual ring. You can't open it in such a short time. Oh. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't quite understand. At this moment, the door curtain was lifted. Wu Taijiang walked in and saw Blind Hong's corpse covered with a white cloth. His burly body trembled. Brother Zhou, isn't this Hong? It's him. Zhou Chonglu sighed sadly. He's gone. Hearing the bad news, Wu Taijiang felt as if the sky and earth were spinning. His eyes were filled with stars as he gasped for air. Finally, he couldn't help but curse. How could this old bastard die so early? Zhou Chonglu's eyes were unprecedentedly stern as he stared at Blacksmith Wu. Wu Taijiang sat down, his face full of confusion. I saw him just now. Moreover, weed. How could he die just like that? And he died here? Wu Taijiang simply couldn't understand. He pulled his hair and said, Damn, this is too sudden, isn't it? I saw a dead man the moment I came in, and it was him. This is really fucking. Chapter 224. Zhou Zhonglu couldn't express his bitterness. He couldn't possibly say that they had already succeeded in prolonging Blind Hong's life, but he met his son, who set up a trap and broke Blind Hong's trap, causing Blind Hong to suffer a backlash and leave in advance. He couldn't say that, okay? The implications were even greater. However, the process of this matter was so complicated that it was extremely strange. Especially when it came so suddenly, they were completely unprepared and were completely caught off guard. You go to school first. Zhou Chonglu said to Zhou Xiaoduo, don't forget to come and send your godfather off tomorrow. Okay, I know. Zhou Xiaoduo left. Hearing this, Wu Tiejiang's entire body stiffened. Even after Zhou Xiaoduo had left, he was still standing there stiffly. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were dull. His eyeballs were hanging out of their sockets. What's wrong? Zhou Chonglu frowned. Who are you trying to impress by showing such an idiotic behavior? Godfather. Godfather? Wu Tiejiang's expression was as if he had eaten feces. Godfather, What's going on? Don't call me godfather. Zhuo Chonglu rolled his eyes. You mean, you let Xiao Duo become Blind Hong's godfather? Wu Tiejiang's tone was full of disbelief. Why, do you have a problem with that? I don't have a problem with that. After all, this is your business. But this, I feel weird. Wu Taijiang said, I can't be sure if I don't ask more. Zhuo Chonglu said indifferently, I naturally have my own considerations. He said meaningfully, the most important thing right now is to bury this lord in peace. That's how it should be. Wu Taijiang stepped forward and bowed. He muttered, speaking of this Blind Hong, he's still worthy of my bow. However, your schemes are too deep. I know I can't understand it, and I don't want to know. In the future, don't let me hear or see you. I'm just a blacksmith, okay? Zhuo Chonglu snorted. Do you think I want you to hear that? Want you to see? Wasn't it because you were so curious that you came in directly? Who let you in? Is it me? Is it Xiao Duo? Wu Taijiang scratched his head. You may leave. Zhuo Chonglu said bleakly. I still want to talk to the blind man. Wu Taijiang looked at Zhuo Chonglu's bleak face and said worriedly, Brother Zhuo, it's not my place to say this, but you're both rivals. Everything that's happening now is just a coincidence. Don't get yourself involved and let your heart be clouded. Zhuo Zhonglu sighed softly, waved his hand and said in disappointment, For a lifetime. Wu Taijiang sighed and left obediently. Wait. Suddenly, he was stopped by Zhuo Chonglu. What's the matter? This guy. If I remember correctly, his natal weapon was a hammer technique? Zhuo Chonglu's eyes were shining. He was also shocked. Yes, he used 2 hammers to smash the sky red. The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was the nightmare of almost the entire astral souls. Have you forgotten? Wu Taijiang looked at Zhuo Chonglu in surprise. Suddenly, he came back to his senses and jumped up with a bang sound. He let out a strange cry. Hammer technique? Zhuo Chonglu's mouth twitched. Wu Tiejiang's mouth also twitched. They looked at each other and saw the strange expression on each other's face. Is this God's will? Zhuo Chonglu remembered that Zhuo Xiaoduo had been aiming for the hammer from the beginning. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. Wu Taijiang felt his lips and throat dry. He licked his lips and said dryly, He left the hammer technique? Zhuo Chonglu nodded slowly. I think so. Wu Taijiang was dumbfounded. He thought of the 2 hammers that were destined to be earth-shattering in the future. Then, he thought of Zhuo Xiaoduo becoming Blind Hong's godfather. Then, he thought of the hammer technique. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Zhuo Zhonglu seemed to be in a bit of a daze as he asked, Did you experience his hammer back then? Brother Zhuo, you really think highly of me. Wu Taijiang pursed his lips and said, If I had experienced his hammers before, would I still be here forging for you? Taijiang, Zhuo Chonglu said thoughtfully, You really have to do it again. Fuck. What for? Wu Tiejiang's face turned green. Why did he have to do it again? Hammer technique. Zhuo Chonglu frowned and said, I'm not good at using hammers. I hate it. Therefore, I don't have the hammer technique. However, Xiao Duo can't practice without it. Isn't the hammer technique ready-made? Wu Taijiang pointed at Blind Hong's corpse. That's recognized as the best hammer technique in the world. Use your poor brain and think about it. Can this hammer technique be exposed? Zhuo Chonglu said angrily, Once it's exposed, Xiao Duo's enemy will be the whole world. In the entire astral souls, which family's ancestors haven't been smashed to death by this bastard? Wu Taijiang came to a realization. That's a problem. Therefore, Xiao Duo's hammer technique can't be limited to only this family. Moreover, his hammer technique is too vicious. Since ancient times, those who fought with him were all smashed into ashes. His sin of killing is too great. Zhuo Chonglu pondered and said, Pick out some hammer techniques that I like. 7 or 8 will do. 7 or 8. Wu Tiejiang's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Even his voice changed. 7 or 8 that you like. Just kill me. In the whole world, there are no more than 6 hammer techniques that you like, including the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. You want 7 or 8? Do as you deem fit. Zhuo Chonglu played it down. Just send them to me when you receive them. If you don't contact me for the time being, use your hammer technique to practice first. Wu Taijiang jumped high. This is the storm hammer of 8 directions. Not a hammer. You dare to jump high in front of me? Zhuo Chonglu squinted his eyes. Wu Taijiang immediately bowed and smiled apologetically. Brother Zhuo, you're so cool. All right, you can leave now. Zhuo Chonglu reminded him. Only the heavens and the earth will know about this. Only you and I know. I understand, Brother Zhuo. Wu Taijiang nodded repeatedly. Scram. I want to talk to Old Hong. Okay. Wu Taijiang left. Zhuo Chonglu stood in front of Blind Hong's corpse with his hands clasped behind his back. He said softly, Blind, Old Hong, others might feel weird when they see me talking, but I know you won't. You can hear me. Actually, in this life, I'm just Zhuo Chonglu and you're just Blind Hong. Maybe I know more than you and have some calculative heart, but after so many years of friendship, I believe you also know and can feel it. Our friendship isn't an illusion. I wanted to stop you and let you live for a few more years. Of course, it was partly due to my calculations, but more of it was because I hoped that my friend in this life could live for a few more days. But man proposes, God disposes. In the end, you passed away too early. Do you know that your passing has made me feel even more lonely? Now, even if I want to find someone to talk to, there's no one. If I want to find an opponent, there's no one left. Even if I want to scheme against someone, there's no one left. Blind Hong, you left too early, too soon. My original intention was to stop you, but I didn't succeed. Instead, you kept me here, unable to move. Old Hong, you should be proud. As for the final step, I'll let Little Duo acknowledge you as his godfather. You can say that I've schemed against you once, or that I'm fulfilling your last wish, adding such a layer of karma to you. Old Hong, perhaps you'll be the one thanking me in the future. Brother, rest in peace. We'll be enemies in the next life. Zhuo Chonglu poured a glass of wine and gently poured it on the ground. His gaze was focused. In the next life, we'll be enemies again. After pouring a glass of wine, he picked it up and finished it in one gulp. When Meng Chentian arrived at second high, Zhuo Xiaoduo had stopped his fortune-telling and had entered the gravity room to make up for today's progress. After thinking for a while, Meng Chentian no longer hesitated. He immediately turned and drove in a new direction. I don't know if Blind Hong can come out of the mountain again. However, when he reached Blind Hong's house, it was General Tai who guarded the door. A rotten and decaying aura came from the room. Meng Chentian's heart sank. For a moment, he was at a loss. He simply sat at the door and waited. After a long time, a handsome middle-aged man slowly appeared at the entrance of the alley and walked over. Seeing Meng Chentian at the door, he did not hesitate and continued to walk over. When he reached the door, he said in a gentle voice, Please make way. I'm going to get something. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out the key and opened the door to Blind Hong's room. You? Who are you? Meng Chentian was surprised. He had trained himself for many years before he had the self-cultivation and demeanor he had today. But this person didn't look very old. Yet, he had such a graceful demeanor. Everything about him was natural and unrestrained. Such a natural and unrestrained style, he could not compare to him in any aspect. My surname is Zhuo. I'm Blind Hong's best friend. Zhuo Chonglu looked at him indifferently and said, You're looking for Blind Hong? Yes, there is something. For some reason, Meng Chentian felt that he was stuttering in front of this middle-aged man. It was a little unnatural. He even felt a little uneasy, as if he could not let go of anything. It was extremely awkward. Well, you're late. Blind Hong is dead. Zhuo Chonglu pushed the door. With a creak, the door opened. He said indifferently, There's no one here who can help you. I'm here to find some of Blind Hong's belongings and bury them with him. Dead? At this moment, Meng Chentian felt that life was like a dream. The only person who could bypass Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian to solve this problem was dead? How could he be so unlucky? The moment he thought of Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian, Meng Chentian suddenly quivered. He raised his head and said, Your surname is Zhuo? Zhuo nodded indifferently. Then, Zhuo and Zhuo. Meng Qintian asked hesitantly. Zhuo said indifferently, They are my son and daughter. Why? Do you have something to say? Meng Qintian said, No. He did not know why, but when he faced Zhuo, the only feeling he had was uneasiness. Yes. Zhuo's voice was indifferent to a certain extent. Come on, since you're here, come in and do some work. Help me carry these things. These things are too heavy. 2 chapters for today. Please vote. Chapter 225. Hearing Zhuo's greeting, Meng Qintian walked over involuntarily. He helped Zhuo carry things and pack things up. He was so busy that he was covered in sweat. After packing everything up, he brought it to Zhuo and waited for him to choose. Zhuo looked at them one by one. Finally, he picked a dozen or so items, all of which were small odds and ends. He wrapped them in a bundle and said, You look like a good kid. Help me move these things to the street corner. Hearing this praise, Meng Qintian, who had always prided himself on being calm, suddenly felt unusually excited. He quickly agreed, okay. There was a kind of excitement that said, I can't believe I can be of use to you. It was a very glorious feeling. But as for the specific glory, there was nothing to say. He was speechless. He carried them all the way to the street corner and loaded them into the car. Zhuo got in the car and said, You can go back. Well, if there's nothing else, it's better to go back early. The person you're looking for is not here. Yes, I understand. Meng Qintian repeatedly agreed. He respectfully watched the car leave. After a long time, he suddenly came to his senses and slapped himself in the face. Are you crazy? Meng Qintian asked himself. With a gloomy face, he looked in the directions Zhuo left and muttered, It's not easy to have the opportunity to see Zhuo and Zhuo's father alone. Not only did I not slap him to death, but I also worked for him for the whole afternoon. There was something strange about this matter. Meng Qintian himself could not figure it out. I almost didn't think of Zhuo just now. It can't be because I'm afraid of her, but because I want to leave a good impression on her father. Could it be that I was bewitched just now? But how could I be bewitched? This is really fucking. Meng Qintian flew up and chased after him at high speed. At this moment, the ferocious flames in his heart surged to the heavens. He wholeheartedly wanted to slap this handsome middle-aged man with an outstanding bearing to death, and everything would be fine. Zhuo was driving at a traffic light intersection. Meng Qintian landed in front of the car and strode to the driver's side, shouting, Get out! Zhuo rolled down the window and frowned. Kid, did you forget something? When he saw Meng Qintian holding a compass in his hand, he patted his forehead and smiled. So you forgot the compass. How thoughtful of you. Oh. Meng Qintian obediently handed over the compass with an expression of waiting for praise. Thank you for your hard work. Zhuo said faintly, It's getting late. Let's go back earlier. He stepped on the accelerator and drove away slowly. It was still so natural and casual, like it was at his fingertips. Meng Qintian held his head and walked to the side of the road. He felt confused and absent-minded. After a while, he woke up and murmured, What's going on? He slapped himself hard twice, but still did not understand why things turned out like this. When did I, Meng Qintian, become so stupid? This should not be. What the hell was this? At this moment, Father Zhuo had been gone for a long time. Meng Qintian was still frowning and standing at the side of the street. He was puzzled and lost in thought. After a long time, he was still confused. He scratched his head subconsciously and murmured, Why am I standing at the corner of the street? What am I doing here? He was puzzled and tried to recall for a long time. Finally, he remembered. Oh, I'm not here to ask Blind Hong for help. Oh. With a clear mind, he rushed all the way back to Blind Hong's house. He looked at the open door and then at the mess inside. He could not help but wonder, what's going on here? Why is it like this? The only memory he had of what happened was that someone seemed to ask him to go back early. But who said that? Why couldn't he remember? Go back early. Since Blind Hong was not here, he should go back early. There were still many things waiting for him at the company. Ming Chuntian got into the car and drove back to the Ming Corporation with full concentration. He got out, locked the car, and went upstairs. You're back? Did you find Zhuo? Zhuo? Ming Chuntian was stunned and said, No. Then, did you find Blind Hong? Blind Hong? Ming Chuntian was stunned again and said, No. He paused and said, I'll look for Blind Hong tomorrow. Ming Tianyue was stunned. She sat up straight and stared at Ming Chuntian. She asked in a low voice, What's wrong with you? Ming Chuntian held his head and said tiredly, Nothing. I just feel very tired and sleepy. I want to sleep. After saying that, he held his head and sat down on the sofa. He lay down and then, he had really fallen into a deep sleep. Ming Tianyue's eyes widened. What? What was going on? What? What was going on? Did he see a ghost? On the other side, Ning Suifeng was sitting in his study. He frowned and was very annoyed. Dad. A girl pushed open the door and walked in. Have you seen the video on the internet? Video? What video? It's this. Dad, take a look. This video was accidentally taken at night. The person who took the video happened to pass by that road and saw the white fog rising. It felt like a ghost. Ning Qingqing's face was solemn. So this person took a picture of that scene and posted it on the internet. But when he realized that it was actually a picture of our Ning family's ancestral grave and wanted to delete it, it was already too late. It's all over the internet now. Everyone says that our ancestral grave has good feng shui. Other places don't have fog except our ancestral grave. It's so thick that you can't even see your own fingers. Ning Suifeng's face became serious. There's such a thing? Take a look. Ning Qingqing said, I feel that something has been happening in our family these few days. Could it be that there's something wrong with the feng shui of our ancestral grave? Ning Suifeng took the phone, opened the video, and watched it. Sure enough, the image in the video was of a car. The car's headlights were shining forward. On the right side of the road, there was a curtain of night. There was nothing unusual. However, on the left side of the road, there was a thick white fog. It was extremely eye-catching. Compared to the right side, it was very eye-catching. It was impossible not to pay attention to it. The road was still a road, but there was fog on one side and no fog on the other. It was as if this road was the boundary, separating yin and yang. It was clear at a glance. Looking at the rising white fog, there seemed to be countless demons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws in the white fog. It was very creepy. The atmosphere was even more strange and shocking. The driver was obviously scared too. He was very nervous. As he drove, he said to himself, Why is this place so strange? When I took this road before, it was always quiet. Why is there so much white fog today? This fog is too thick, isn't it? Could it be some kind of ghost? Cough, cough. Jinx, jinx. Is there some kind of god? Ancestors bless me. I've only passed through this once. It's too late to turn back now. I'll never come here again. It's too scary. The car moved forward slowly at the speed of a turtle. It became clearer that the white fog on the left side rose more than 100 feet high, swaying and rolling. About 20 minutes later, the car finally rushed out of the thick fog. The driver was clearly relieved. He mustered up his courage and looked back, only to see half of a tombstone sticking out of the fog. Ning family? Here. Yes, this is the ancestral grave of the Ning family. The video stopped abruptly. Ning Suifeng's face was gloomy. Tonight, I'll go to the ancestral grave to take a look. Zhuo was sweating profusely the entire afternoon as he worked hard to cultivate. He had already switched to the 10x gravity room. After a good round of tossing and turning, he was once again as tired as a dead dog. Finally, Qin Fengyang frowned and dragged him out of the gravity room with a gloomy face and threw him on the ground. Qin Fengyang's mood was extremely bad these days. In the previous battle, he was seriously injured. Even with his cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul transformation stage, he was unconscious for 17 hours before waking up. Because he was seriously injured before, his internal organs were damaged, his body was covered with bruises, and 50 to 60% of his bones were broken. If he didn't have special care, he would be paralyzed for life. But what kind of place was the Star Shield General Administration? What kind of good medicine did they not have? All kinds of good medicine were fed to him. Then, Qin Fangyang, who had been suppressing the peak of the nascent soul transformation stage, broke through in his coma. At the moment when Qin Fangyang broke through, he was still in a coma. However, the sword qi that flowed around his body was like a cloud of mist. The sword qi rose and raged, instantly slicing the entire house into pieces. Then, a white cloud rushed to the sky, leaping thousands of feet high. The body turned into a white cloud and rushed to the sky. From now on, there is one more person in the clouds. This was the so-called cloud transformation stage. The cloud transformation stage, as the name implied, was above the earth and below the heavens. Those who had this achievement could move freely. Teacher Qin's breakthrough could be said to be a blessing in disguise. When Qin Fangyang woke up, he was completely dumbfounded. I broke through to the cloud transformation stage. I broke through just like that? What the fuck? Then how am I going to die? Breaking through to the cloud transformation stage, and after suppressing it for so long, Qin Fangyang's current level of strength was above many cloud transformation stage cultivators. But this wasn't the main point. The main point was that once one broke through to the cloud transformation stage, one's lifespan would increase greatly. It wasn't something that could be killed just because one wanted to. Teacher Qin, who understood this point, was extremely depressed. So much so that when he saw Zhou Xiaoduo like a dead dog, he couldn't help but feel even angrier. I could break through in my sleep even when I was heavily injured, but you actually didn't put in any effort. You clearly had the feeling of breaking through a few days ago, but now you don't even have the feeling of breaking through. You definitely deserve a beating. Get up, Qin Fangyang said sternly. I can't get up. Zhou Xiaoduo also felt that he was very pitiful. These few days, he had continuously received luck points, and his meridians were becoming more flexible. His dantian was also becoming bigger and bigger. He really couldn't find the feeling of breaking through like before. Even if he trained himself to death, it would be useless. Chapter 226. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that his dantian was as vast as the ocean. No matter how much he cultivated, it would not be filled. Even if he absorbed the energy of the Jade of Astral Souls and filled it to the brim, his dantian could continue to expand as long as he exerted more strength. It was still far from the limit that what the fuck? Can't get up. It's good that you can't get up. Qin Fangyang nodded and kicked Zhou Xiaoduo 3 to 4 meters high. Are you up? Are you up? Are you up? These 3 words were repeated in a very rhythmic manner. Zhou Xiaoduo was kicked up as soon as he landed. He landed and kicked again. Long Yuxing and the others were all sweating profusely. They lay on the ground and looked up as they watched Zhou Xiaoduo being kicked like a shuttlecock by Qin Fangyang. Teacher Qin is really good at kicking. That's right. He can kick with a bent leg, a straight leg, a spinning kick, and even hit the golden bell. Wow, amazing, amazing. 48, 49, 50. Teacher Qin is really good at kicking. He doesn't let the shuttlecock fall to the ground. It's really amazing. That's right. But it would be better if the shuttlecock could shut up. In the air, Zhou Xiaoduo was screaming and begging for mercy. Teacher Qin, I was wrong. Although he did not know why he was being kicked, it was always a good attitude to admit his mistake. It would help to alleviate the current bad situation. Qin Fangyang kicked a total of 99 shuttlecocks before he let Zhou Xiaoduo down. He said lightly, I heard that you like to fly. If you are not on the verge of a breakthrough by tomorrow, fly another 99 times. I have just broken through and need more exercise. If there are any problems, I will take care of it. You will have to work harder. Zhou Xiaoduo wanted to cry but had no tears. Why is my life so hard? I don't want it to be like this. Even with Qin Fangyang's vast experience and knowledge, he did not know that the meridians of the human body could increase their flexibility and the dantian could expand on its own. Such a thing had never happened since ancient times. I believe that not only Teacher Qin, But any profound cultivator in this world who saw Zhuo Duo's current state of not being able to find a breakthrough after painstakingly suppressing his cultivation to the point where he couldn't find a breakthrough, combined with his previous rate of improvement, the only conclusion they could come up with was that Zhuo Duo was slacking off. This was a fact that couldn't be defended, Not only did Zhuo Duo take this loss, but he would continue to take it. Zhuo Duo finally regained his vitality after being kicked. Long Yuxing and the others also regained their vitality after being kicked. However, their states of mind was the peak of their moods. It was time for school to end. Teacher Qin, I would like to apply for leave tomorrow. Zhuo Duo raised his hand weakly. He didn't have any confidence at all. You're already lazy to this extent, and you still want to ask for leave? Do you have anything else in mind? Qin Fengyang's eyes widened. Something really happened. My godfather is dead. Seeing Qin Fengyang's unfriendly gaze, Zhuo Duo hurriedly told him the truth. Godfather? Yes. Qin Fengyang sighed. He had to give Qin Fengyang a lie. Then you can go. Thank you, Teacher Qin. Don't forget your cultivation. Qin Fengyang said word by word. I won't forget. Qin Fengyang sighed softly. After a long time, he walked out of the school gate. Teacher Qin had just broken through. It was true that his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. However, it was also true that his realm was not stable and needed to be polished. No matter how much he did not want to break through, he had already broken through. There was no other way. Teacher Qin walked all the way to the school gate. What he saw made his eyes bulge. He saw Zhuo Duo with a 5,000-pound iron block on his head, a 3,000-pound iron armor suit, and more than 100 pounds of weights on his body. He was standing upright on one leg with a large crowd in front of him. He was actually reading his fortune. Oh my God! Qin Fengyang was speechless. This kid was a typical example of someone who valued money more than his life. Hiding behind a tree, he watched as Zhuo Duo fooled these people one by one with the temperament of a charlatan. Then, he said tomorrow. These people probably understood the rules and dispersed in a hubbub. No one stayed behind. Then, he saw Zhuo Duo take out his phone and count the messages from the bank one by one. He calculated the total income, and his face was already smiling like a flower. Today's income is really good. A total of 1,275,000. What's with this 7,500? Why? Is there a 500 change? Who paid so little? Zhuo Duo was a little angry. Isn't this wasting the fruits of my labor? The money I earned might not even be enough for tonight's expenses. Thinking of the expenses for practicing martial arts at night, Zhuo Duo looked up to the sky and sighed. Who could spend more than 1,000,000 yuan for practicing martial arts in one night? Only I, Zhuo Duo. More than 1,000,000 yuan. If it was a normal person, with this money, they would spend it on prostitutes until they were 80 or 90 years old. But I paid all the fines in one night. I'm really rich, but I'm so rich that my heart is bleeding. That night, the siblings went out to practice martial arts as usual. Zhuo Duo was extremely focused. He had made great progress in practicing his concealed weapon. By 1:30 a.m., he had only paid a total of 888,000 yuan in fines. Zhuo Duo couldn't help but feel surprised at the result. Could it be that he had extra money for today? Zhuo watched calmly from the side. At the same time, she used the Moon Sutra to purify her meridians. Her current cultivation was already difficult to advance, but she could use the Moon Sutra as a foundation to transform all the true vitality she had cultivated in the past into the purest Moon's spiritual source to improve her foundation. After a period of transformation, her dantian would naturally expand and then absorb the spiritual source. Her cultivation method was basically the same as Zhuo was. However, the only difference was that Zhuo Duo actively suppressed it, while Zhuo did it naturally. As for Zhuo's relieved behavior, Zhuo only snorted in her heart. She purposely went easy on him tonight to let him have some fun first. After practicing for a few days, Zhuo knew how much money Zhuo Duo could earn every day. This guy's ability to make money was very strong. Even when the situation wasn't very good, he could still earn 500,000 or 600,000 yuan a day. If he had a good time, He could even earn 1,000,000 yuan a day. Although the reputation of Zhuo's godly image was getting more and more famous, the rich people in Phoenix City were rushing over like a swarm of bees. However, this momentum couldn't be maintained for a long time. It was estimated that most of them had already seen enough. If they continued to watch, they probably wouldn't earn as much as they did now. In another 10 days, it would be considered good if he could earn a stable income of 100,000 yuan a day. But this income of 100,000 yuan, in the eyes of ordinary people, it was already considered a terrifying income. After all, he only relied on his mouth. However, Zhuo's income for the past few days was cleaned out by Zhuo every night. After a round of practice, he only had a few hundred yuan left on him at most, and that huge sum of money, along with Zhuo's own savings, was transferred to Wu Yuding's account through Zhuo's account. Therefore, in the Zhuo family, Wu Yuding was the one who was really rich and imposing. She was like a landlady, sitting there collecting rent every day. Yes, she took from her son through her daughter, and then took from her son and daughter through her daughter. I'll let him save for the next few days. I'll talk about it when he has more money. For now, I'll let him regain some confidence and occasionally take some bonuses to enjoy some benefits. Otherwise, he might give up. Zhuo slowly planned in her heart. Her eyebrows were curved and she was full of smiles. She was actually very satisfied with the current situation. Zhuo's mastery of hidden weapons was something that few people in the Yinwu Empire could match up to, even if it was only for now. In the cultivation of hidden weapons, the strength of the attack and the accuracy were the key points, but they were not the most important. Only the control was the most important. In terms of control, Zhuo could be said to have reached the point where he could do whatever he wanted. He was always successful. He had a good grasp of the severity of his attacks. He was almost at the level of perfection. In all fairness, Zhuo's current request for Zhuo was nitpicking and nitpicking. However, Zhuo still hoped that Zhuo could go one step further. It would be better if he could be more subtle and unexpected. In addition, in the past few days of practice, Zhuo faintly realized that hidden weapons, a skill that was not valued by the high-level cultivators in the astral souls, could be a real life-saving asset for Zhuo. It was also because of this concept that Zhuo could never be satisfied with the height of Zhuo's hidden weapons. After Zhuo reached the current standard of hidden weapons, Zhuo brought out a new set of items that she had prepared long ago. Many of these items were just Zhuo's imagination. Many of them were simply the idealization of special effects in movies and television. She used them to train Zhuo. If Zhuo knew Zhuo's real thoughts, he would probably leave directly. You're fooling a fool. I'm not going to train anymore. Unfortunately, he had no idea how absurd and impossible the goal he was trying to achieve was. He only knew that all the standards in Zhuo's hands were given to him by He Yuan Yue to test himself by Zhuo. It was also on this night. Ning Suifeng brought all the direct descendants of the family to the Ning family's ancestral grave quietly. Before they even got close, they were already enraged by what they saw and heard. Near the Ning family's ancestral grave, countless people gathered, and all of them were holding up their phones to take pictures. Some of them were even holding live streaming sticks. Let's take a walk and take a look. Today, we've seen an ancient wonder. Brothers, come and take a look. Come and take a look. It's quiet all around. Only this area has white fog rising dozens of meters. This is where the ancient wonder is located. It's where the ancestral grave of the ancient Ning family in Phoenix City is located. Otherwise, the Ning family is a 1,000-year-old family. It's said that the ancestral grave is smoking. This is just hearsay, right? Today, I'll show you the truth. This place is really smoking, begging for monthly votes. Hee hee. Chapter 227. Ning Suifeng was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. So many of you came to take pictures of my family's ancestral grave? So many people are actually broadcasting my family's ancestral grave? What a bastard. A bunch of bastards. Ning Suifeng let out a thunderous roar. Capture all these people for me. Confiscate all their mobile phones. Then find their families one by one and compensate each of them 1,000,000 yuan. Those who can't pay will be buried alive. What the hell? Ning Suifeng was so angry that his face turned purple. The Ning family has been standing for thousands of years. We have been indifferent and detached from the world for so many years. Why don't you know what's good for you? Don't you have any respect for us? How can you let people come to the ancestral grave to broadcast? The Ning family members were all scolded with their heads lowered. Take them all away. But after a while, hundreds of cars opened up the road and surrounded this place. All the people who came here to join in the fun were all caught in the cars and driven away. Ning Suifeng walked slowly into the thick fog with a gloomy face. This fog was not big, but it was so thick that it was unbelievable. Once you stretched out your hand, you couldn't even see your own arm, let alone your 5 fingers. Look for the location of the ancestor's grave. Ning Suifeng's voice was very gloomy. Everyone moved forward step by step in the white fog. At this time, they couldn't see anything with their eyes, and even their divine thoughts had lost their effect. Often, after a few steps, they would bump into a tombstone. Or they would step on the tombstone if they suddenly stepped on it. Or they would suddenly go up a step, and they would reach the front of the grave. In short, the whole way was full of bumps and bruises. Whether it was the strong light of flashlights, infrared rays, mobile phone fluorescent light, or even torches, they were all useless. Even the cultivators who had reached the nascent soul realm lost all their advantages in this thick fog. The strong palm wind and fist wind formed by their tyrannical cultivation couldn't change the white fog at all. At most, it would fluctuate a little, and then it would be over. In the end, they were afraid of breaking the tombstone and disrespecting their ancestors, so they didn't dare to use all their strength. Then they could only take it step by step. After a full 1.5 hours, they finally reached the center of the ancestral grave. Everyone came to the center, and as far as the eye could see, everyone from the Ning clan was speechless. The ancestral grave in the middle was like a huge chimney, with thick white smoke billowing out from the bottom. It was as if there was a fire in the underworld, constantly gushing out. What's going on? Who can tell me what's going on? Ning Suifeng widened his eyes, his entire body trembling. All the members of the Ning family's direct bloodline knelt on the ground as they witnessed this scene. Everyone felt their souls tremble for some reason. The previous live stream was right. In the past, when they scolded and praised people, they would often say, "Your ancestors' graves are smoking." However, this was just an old saying. But now, the ancestral grave of the Ning clan was really emitting white smoke. No matter if it was cursing or praising, there had never been such a thing as white smoke. Green smoke rises from the ancestral grave. Praising someone is a good thing. Black smoke coming out of the ancestral grave was a sign of insult. But white smoke was rising from the ancestral graves. This was a little unclear. The white smoke didn't stop because of the arrival of the Ning clan. It was still gushing out crazily. When the members of the Ning clan all knelt down, the momentum of rushing out was even more turbulent. After this continued for a while, with a sudden loud bang, the entire ancestral grave collapsed. Everyone present was caught off guard and fell into the collapsed grave pit. They were all dizzy and in a mess. In the haze, everyone could vaguely see a shadow slowly appear in the white fog. His clothes were simple and unadorned, and his face could not be seen clearly. In the thick white fog, he stood in the void. This shadow stood for a while, then suddenly raised a hand and pointed to the east. Everyone looked to the east, but there was nothing. Then, with a loud bang, a sudden bolt of lightning fell and smashed the shadow into pieces. Woo. Suddenly, a fierce wind blew. The white smoke above the Ning clan's ancestral grave, which had been condensed and didn't dissipate even with a strong force, dissipated quietly and quickly. At most, it took half a cup of tea's time for the white smoke to dissipate. Everyone in the grave pit looked up. The clear sky and the Milky Way were all reflected in their eyes. Where were the clouds? But where did the lightning in the sky come from? And that shadow pointed to the east. Where was it pointing to? What was its intention? Everyone felt that there seemed to be a vibration under their feet. They hurriedly jumped up, only to find that the whole ground was beginning to shake. Earthquake? Let's go. Everyone flew out together. The moment they were in the air, they heard another loud bang. The entire Ning clan's ancestral grave, which was hundreds of miles in radius, collapsed. Where the ancestral grave was originally, it became a bottomless pit. In the deep pit, there was a faint white smoke rising, but the bottom couldn't be seen for a while. The whole ground fell down, but there was no echo for a long time. Seeing this, Ning Qingcheng was shocked. Her heart was in a mess, and she almost fell down. Fortunately, Ning Suifeng hurriedly reached out and pulled her out of the deep pit with his daughter. Everyone in the Ning clan stood high in the sky and looked down at the big pit. Everyone's expression was complicated, and their feelings were even more indescribable. After about a minute, a series of muffled noises faintly came from the ground. This was the bottom? What's going on? Everyone in the Ning clan was covered in cold sweat. I don't know. The ancestral grave is gone. Another person's face was pale, and there was an unspeakable fear in his eyes. My Ning clan, what kind of heinous thing did we do? How did the situation become like this? The others didn't speak. The Ning clan had been entrenched in this Phoenix city for thousands of years. Speaking of heinous things, they had done quite a lot. After all, if they didn't do those things, would the Ning clan be where it was today? Let's go back first. Ning Suifeng's face was dark. He waved his hand and said, "Wait until dawn, when the yang energy is the strongest, and then come back to see what's going on." Yes. The next morning, Blind Hong's funeral was held. Zhou Xiaoduo was wearing a green robe and white hemp shoes. A hemp rope was tied around his waist, and a mourning hat was on his head. He was sending his godfather off. After all, he wasn't his biological son, so there was no need for him to wear mourning clothes. A pair of hemp shoes and a hemp rope were enough. All the members of the Zhou clan were present. Zhou Xiaoyan and Wu Yuding were also present as family members to send him off. The funeral procession went all the way out of the city gate and to the southwest side of the city by the main road. That was the grave that Blind Hong had chosen for himself long ago. Zhou Xiaoduo knelt down and kowtowed 9 times. He sang loudly, "Godfather, rest in peace. Blessings in the netherworld. The gate of reincarnation in the netherworld is open." His voice echoed between heaven and earth for a long time. Legend had it that after a person died, they needed their closest relatives to escort their soul to the grave and shout for the gate of reincarnation in the netherworld to open. Only then would the deceased be able to rest in peace. Otherwise, they would have to wait for an opportunity to cross over before they could rest in peace. Before that, they would be reduced to a wandering ghost. If something went wrong, their soul would disperse and they would never be reincarnated. Zhou Chonglu was also wearing a green robe with a white cloth wrapped around his sleeves. He wore black cloth shoes and held a big shovel in his hand. Everyone carried Blind Hong's coffin down. Zhou Chonglu was the first to jump down. He chose the head and tail of the coffin and placed a high-grade jade of astral souls under Blind Hong's head. "Blind, let's meet again in the next life." Zhou Chonglu stood there for a long time. He sighed softly and said, "I will cover your grave now. Blind Hong, you have a godson to send you off, a brother to cover your grave, and the protection of the astral souls. You chose your grave when you were alive. This life is worth it. If you are in heaven, remember to take good care of your godson." He lifted up the large shovel and shoveled a handful of yellow dirt into the ground. Throughout the entire process, Zhou Chonglu did not let anyone, including Zhou Xiaoduo, interfere. He only piled up the grave by himself. He only stopped when he reached the last shovel of soil. "Xiaoduo, lay this last shovel of soil for your godfather. Show your filial piety as a son. Not too much, not too little. Don't shake it and don't scatter it." "Okay." Zhou Xiaoduo steadily placed the last shovel of soil on the grave. Then, he erected the tombstone. Godfather Hong Dashui's grave. Godson Zhou Xiaoduo erects it. It was a very simple tombstone. It was done. Then, an unforeseen event happened. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, countless grasses suddenly sprouted from the grave mound that had just been piled up. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire tombstone was covered by 3 feet of lush grass. And this was only the beginning. Countless vines appeared out of thin air, growing longer and longer. One on the left and one on the right, they quickly climbed up the grave and entangled with each other, wrapping around the tombstone. In the eyes of everyone present, it was as if the vines were used to make a tight door. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. However, the entire grave was hidden in the wilderness. At a glance, it was no different from the weeds all over the ground. The mysteries of the world and the changes were so amazing. It was a marvelous spectacle. Zhuochanglu sighed softly. Friends of one life, enemies of two lives. But in this life, blind man, I have given you a good gift. Clap, clap, clap. He opened all the bottles of wine he brought and poured them on the grass. If there is a next life, you may not be willing to drink with me again. Zhuochanglu smiled faintly. In this life, there is no winner or loser. Of course, you leave first. You win. Brother. I'll call you brother for the last time. Cheers. After saying that, he raised a bottle of wine and gulped it down. That was the last bottle of wine. Chapter 228. Wu Yuding stood shoulder to shoulder with him and said with a smile, "The blind man has no regrets in his life to have you as a friend and a son to send him off." "Yes. Let's go." Zhuochanglu laughed and said, "Let's go home." Zhuoxiaoduo was worried and asked, "Dad, are you okay?" Zhuoxiaoduo felt that his father's mental state was not normal these days. "I'm fine. I finally sent him away. No matter if it's early or late, I'm relieved of one of my worries." Zhuochanglu said, "Ting remember to buy some food and some good wine on the way back. I'm going to have a good drink tonight. I'm going to get drunk tonight." Wu Yuding laughed and said, "Everything happens for a reason. I'll count you in." Zhuoxiaoyan and Zhuoxiaoduo looked at each other and felt that it was strange. In the past, it was fine when their father said that he wanted to drink. If he was drunk, their mother would have started yelling at them. But today, she was unusually supportive of them. "Xiaoduo, you must always remember." Wu Yuding said softly, "You have such a godfather." "Yes." Zhuoxiaoduo nodded. "What I'm saying is, you must always remember, truly remember, your godfather." Wu Yuding exhorted once again. This time, Zhuoxiaoduo felt the pressure and said seriously, "Mom, don't worry. I will remember. I have Hong Da Sui as my godfather." Wu Yuding turned to Zhuoxiaoyan and said, "Nian Mom, your brother's godfather is your godfather. Do you understand?" "Yes. Yes. In the future, whether you are the daughter of the Zhuo family or the daughter-in-law of the Zhuo family, he will be your godfather. Do you understand?" Zhuoxiaoyan blushed and said shyly, "Mom, I will remember." Lowering her head, Zhuoxiaoduo could clearly see that Nian cat, who often made him bungee jump in the air. Even her ears were red. Under the transparent sun, they were pink and cute. He reached out and touched them and said in surprise, "Mom, look. Sister Nian's ears are transparent." Before Wu Yuding could say anything, Zhuoxiaoduo had started to bungee jump again. Embarrassed and angry, Zhuoxiaoyan, whose body was almost limp from his pinch, went berserk and turned into a female T-Rex. Zhuoxiaoduo rushed up like a rocket. As soon as he landed, he shot up again like a rocket, even higher than the first time. He was already at the peak of the martial master level, and his true cultivation was not inferior to that of a high-level Xiantian. He was not afraid of such a height at all, but when it came down to it, he still screamed and wailed, "Spare me! Save me!" Similar words were being shouted incessantly. What if Nian finds out that I am not afraid and changes the punishment? Bungee jumping is still the best. To tell you the truth, I'm already used to it. So used to it. So used to it. The Zhuo family was at the funeral. The Ning family and the Ming family were not idle either. Although the people of the Star Shield General Administration were still on the move and looked like they wanted to catch everyone, the two families could not hold back anymore. After all, too many things had happened in the past few days, and they were all big events. Today, yesterday, and last night, the Meng family's bloodline had lost 7 people due to all kinds of reasons. For branch companies were paralyzed because of all kinds of things. The Ning family, their ancestral grave collapsed. Both the Ning and Ming families were looking for Blind Hong, But they got the news that Blind Hong was dead and the funeral was today. The two families felt that they had been fucked. Otherwise, how could they be so unlucky? They had never felt that Blind Hong was so important. Even when they asked Blind Hong to check feng shui, they did not feel that Blind Hong would be so important today. But at this important moment, he died. The few chi gazers that they found during this period of time were all useless. This made Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng want to kill them. You said you could not see anything. How could you be chi watchers? They were busy for the whole day, but there was no clue. Ning Suifeng was thinking. The figure that suddenly appeared in the white fog. What did it mean by pointing to the east? Was it a warning from the ancestors to the descendants? Was it from the east? What was in the east? The Ning family went to the east of the city to search. But everyone in the Ning family was confused. You didn't say anything. What did you want us to search for? Ning Suifeng also had a stomach full of bitterness. That figure only pointed to the east. What can I say? For the whole day, the Ning family almost turned the east of the city upside down. They went in and out of all the residential areas and suburbs in the east of the city. Almost every family was visited. Naturally, the Fengwu home district in the east of the city near the city center could not be missed. However, they found nothing. All the Ning family members were exhausted and their eyes were blank. Ancestor, what did you want us to look for? Or what? They were busy until night. Everyone replied to Ning Suifeng with a confused expression. Ning Suifeng was also helpless. Seeing that it was almost midnight, Ning Suifeng made up his mind and called someone over. Go, bring 2 people, and see if you can kill the spiritual thought goddess. Bring your phone. If there are any changes, contact me at any time or I'll call you. The person accepted the order and left. Ning Suifeng was bored of waiting, so he went to the Ming group to see if Meng Tianyue had any ideas. If there was a way, he would immediately call that person and stop the operation. After all, getting rid of the spiritual thought goddess was the last resort. As long as there was some hope, Ning Suifeng did not want the spiritual thought goddess to die at this time. When he arrived, the Ming group was having a meeting. Participants, Meng Tianyue, Meng Chintian, and all the Chi Watchers. Ning Suifeng sat down quietly with a gloomy face and did not say a word. There was only one topic in the meeting: how to solve this imminent feng shui situation. After some discussion, everyone was at a loss. In the end, Brother Feng came up with another idea. If you want to find out the enemy's dirty tricks, there's another way. What is it? This method is just a legend. I'm not sure if it's useful. It can only be said to be an attempt or a reference. Speak. Yes, it's to find the most talented local youth. Because this person must be nurtured by the general trend of Phoenix City. As long as we take his blood essence and activate the compass, a few Chi Watchers will work together and gather the general trend of the heavenly Tao in Phoenix City. We will find all the arrangements that don't conform to the general trend of the heavenly Tao and destroy them. There's such a method? This method is only limited to what I know. I haven't personally experienced it or controlled it, so it can only be said to be a reference. Yes, I've heard of this method, but it seems that no one has succeeded. I'm not sure if it's true or not, and if it's feasible. Since you've heard of it, it's worth a try. Then, who is the most talented person in Phoenix City? And it's a male? Everyone looked at each other. All these years, the Meng family and Ning family had been paying attention to the female geniuses in Phoenix City, but they had never paid attention to the male geniuses. After hearing this method, the Meng family and Ning family were excited for a moment, but then they were worried again. The direction of the investigation made everyone helpless. Check all the martial arts schools? Male geniuses. We have to find the most talented one. Are we going to Starshield to check? The one who improved the most might not be the most talented one. We have to check the files, check the Skynet, and compare it with many parties to confirm who has connections to the Skynet. Everyone shook their heads. The Skynet was the most confidential information network in the entire country. Other than the higher-ups who had the authority to check it, no one else could touch it. This matter can't be delayed any longer. If there's no way, we have to think of a way. If there's no connection, we have to find one. If we drag this on for a few more days, I'm afraid our two families will be finished. I do have a direction. Perhaps I can give it a try. Yi Zichen thought. Brother Feng, who had met with Xiaoduo before, pondered and said, when I first came to Phoenix City, I saw a young man on the street. Let's not talk about this child's aptitude for now. His cultivation is only average, but his aura, at least from the qi examination technique, I dare to say that this person's qi is second to none in the entire Phoenix City. Even if he's placed in the entire Central Plains, even in the entire Yinwu Empire, he's at the top of the list. Meng Tianyue's eyes lit up and said, Who is it? Mister, do you know the person's name? Of course. Brother Feng smiled proudly. The other three companions looked at him enviously. Was this guy the same kid who said that he would make a good karma? To think that there would be a reversal here. This was clearly a stroke of luck. Meeting such a person is fate. Naturally, I went up to test him, Brother Feng said proudly. So, I went up and asked for the kid's name in school. That child wasn't wary of me at all, so he told me everything very straightforwardly. Meng Tianyue and Ning Suifeng's eyes lit up when they heard this. The few Qi watchers that were invited were indeed somewhat useful. May I ask Master Feng, what's the kid's name? Meng Tianyue waved her hand and Meng Qintian took out a bank card and stuffed it into Brother Feng's hand. Master Feng, this is just a token of my appreciation. There's 2 million in this card. No matter if it's a success or not, it's yours. Of course, if it's a success, there will be great rewards. 2 million. The eyes of the other Qi observation experts were already turning green. They hadn't even done anything yet, and they were already given 2 million? Great rewards after? This luck was equivalent to giving a mountain of gold to anyone they met on the street? Brother Feng's face almost bloomed. He tried his best to be reserved and accepted it. He said proudly, that kid is about 17 or 18 years old. His name is Tang Hao and he's studying in Phoenix City's martial arts school. Chapter 229. Tang Hao. Ning Suifeng immediately stood up. Go investigate this Tang Hao. There's no need to investigate. Meng Tianyue took a deep breath and replied excitedly, I didn't expect it to be Tang Hao. Ning Suifeng suddenly turned his head. You know this genius? Meng Tianyue's expression completely relaxed. Brother Ning, you should know him. Even if you don't know him, you should know his father. Oh? There should be only one Tang Hao in number 1 middle school. He's the son of Deputy Director Tang Guangyuan of the Phoenix City Business Bureau. It's said that a few years ago, he and 2 other playboys created the title of Phoenix City's 3rd young master. Haha. Meng Tianyue said. It's said that he has already reached the innate realm. If that's the case, he can really be considered a cultivation genius. When Ning Suifeng heard this, he immediately relaxed. Then this matter is really easy to handle. A Shao deputy director of the City Business Bureau. What's there to be troubled about? Meng Tianyue nodded, turned her head and said, Master Feng, the formation you mentioned. How many drops of blood of this genius? Or all of his blood? Master Feng coughed and said, under the condition that it doesn't endanger his life, the more the better. Meng Tianyue nodded and said confidently, I understand. Leave this matter to me. Last time when Tang Guangyuan drugged a girl in my club, I ordered my subordinates to settle it for him. Moreover, these years, my subordinates have given Deputy Director Tang tens of millions. It's time to use it. Ning Suifeng was gratified. Good. This can't be better. Meng Tianyue casually took out her phone and made a call. However, the other side immediately picked it up after just one ring. Meng Tianyue smiled faintly and turned on the hands-free mode. The other side had already started to speak with surprise, flattery, and disbelief. From the tone of the voice, one could imagine that the person on the other side was also bowing when he picked up the phone. Is this Boss Ming? I'm Tang Guangyuan. Yes, Little Tang of the City Business Bureau. Meng Tianyue smiled faintly and said enthusiastically, Director Tang, long time no see. I am Meng Tianyue. Hello, Boss Ming. I didn't expect you to call me personally. When I saw the number just now, I thought I was dreaming. Boss Ming, you're too polite. If there's anything, just let the secretary inform me. The enthusiasm of the deputy director of the city's Commerce Bureau had already reached a point where it made one's hair stand on end. Meng Tianyue smiled and said, "How could I? Last time, there was a problem with the local tax of the Meng Corporation, and it was all solved by Chief Teng. I haven't had the chance to thank Chief Teng yet. Besides, we have been friends for so many years. How could I not make this call? Chief Teng, we're brothers. Why are you treating me like an outsider?" On the other side, Teng Guangyuan's voice also became lively. "I don't dare. I don't dare. Thank you for calling me brother, CEO Meng. My life is really worth it, but I really don't deserve it. Oh Meng, you are like the sun in the sky." "Ha ha ha, Brother Teng is too polite." Meng Tianyue pondered for a moment and said, "Brother Teng, when is it convenient for our two families to have a meal?" Hearing this, Teng Guangyuan was so happy that he almost fainted. "As long as Boss Meng says it, it's convenient for me at any time. Even now, it's convenient." Haha. Meng Tianyue looked at the time and said, "Chief Teng, we don't need to be in such a hurry. How about this? How about tomorrow morning? I'll bring my sister-in-law and niece. You also bring your sister-in-law and nephew. Teng Hao, right? Haha, let's have a meal together and have a good chat. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a drink." On the other side, Tang Guangyun's whole body trembled. "Tomorrow morning? Okay, okay, okay. Our family will definitely arrive on time. Boss Ming, where are we going?" "Let's go to my family's Yunduan Pavilion, the top floor." Meng Tianyue smiled kindly and said, "Don't forget to bring Tang Hao and sister-in-law. Don't worry, Boss Ming is giving me face. Our whole family will definitely be there." Tang Guangyuan put down the phone and sat on the sofa in a daze for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly, he jumped up with a roar and hugged his wife and spun around 17 or 18 times. "What's wrong with you?" His wife was puzzled. Ever since she gave birth and became fat, her husband almost never touched her. Not to mention, he was so unruffled today. "Do you know who called me just now?" Ting Guangyuan's voice was trembling and his pupils were dilated. Guess. Who?" "Meng Tianyue. Meng Tianyue." Ting Guangyuan excitedly danced with joy. "Our Phoenix City's richest person. Even in the Central Plains, he's one of the top richest people. Wife, we're going to be rich this time. We're going to be rich." Meng Tianyue personally called and invited our whole family to a meal. He even specially said that there will only be 2 of us. He brought his wife, son, and daughter, and asked me to bring you and our son. Teng Guangyuan's breathing quickened and his eyes widened. "Do you know what this means? We're going to be rich. He even called me brother just now and wanted to thank me." I. His wife frowned and said, "This is for no reason. Why would Meng Tianyue invite us to a meal? There has to be a reason for this, right?" Teng Guangyuan snorted and said, "Then you're underestimating your husband. You don't know how much money Meng Corporation has saved through my hands all these years? What's wrong with treating me to a meal? Get ready and dress prettily tomorrow." Tang Guangyuan looked at his wife and saw her swollen waist, thick and round thighs, and a figure that did not have any curves. He could not help but feel disgusted and said, "Why don't you know how to tidy yourself up? Sigh, that's it. All right, remember to call little Hao and tell him to come back tonight. Don't delay tomorrow's matter." On the other side, Meng Tianyue put down the phone and said with a smile, "Done." Ning Suifeng said, "Tomorrow we'll act according to the situation. If the first time doesn't work, maybe we'll need a second time. But it doesn't matter. A Zhao's deputy director of the city's Commerce Bureau, even if his whole family evaporates, it's not a big deal." Meng Tianyue nodded with a smile. Ning Suifeng suddenly thought of something and said with a dignified face, "Well, looking east from my family's ancestral grave, it seems to be number 1 middle school, right?" Meng Tianyue and the others were all stunned. Everyone knew that the Ning family's ancestral grave had directly collapsed and fell to an unknown place. Everyone had been avoiding this topic, fearing that it would make Ning Suifeng unhappy. Who would have thought that he would bring it up himself? Meng Chintian at the side pondered for a moment and said, "Yes, looking east from the Ning family's ancestral grave, that's number 1 middle school." Ning Suifeng snorted and said, Then this Tang Guoyuan's home. Which direction is it located in? Meng Qintian found Tang Guoyuan's mobile phone number and checked the location. He said, "It's also in the number 1 middle school area." Ning Suifeng raised his head and murmured, "Is it really his home?" He frowned and couldn't figure it out. How could it be? The Tang family? What Tang family? Meng Tianyue asked. Nothing. Ning Suifeng's eyes flickered with surprise and doubt. He then took out his mobile phone and made a call. "Stop the operation tonight and wait until tomorrow afternoon." He put down his mobile phone and murmured, "What's going on?" "Zhou family." After dinner, Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Zhou Xiaoyan's face again as usual. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Now, Zhou Xiaoyan's face looked much better than before. Even though the death aura was still there, it had shrunk a lot and occupied less than 70% of the original. The purple aura behind the death aura was gradually showing signs of eruption. Looking at her face now, she has at least a 30% chance of survival. While Zhou Xiaoduo was worried, he also felt gratified. His current physiognomy was much better than the first time he saw it, when he looked like he was going to die for sure. The torment during this period of time was not in vain. It was effective. Hard work could indeed change one's fate. Zhou Xiaoduo poured a bowl of chicken soup for the soul in his heart and became more energetic. Then, he looked at himself in the mirror and ran his fingers through his hair. He felt a little depressed. If being handsome could help him overcome a tribulation, then he was willing to offset all the tribulations that Nian Nian had to face in her life. Yes, there's one more important thing. That is, I've accumulated 13 drops of luck points. After a few days of fortune reading, I've accumulated quite a lot of luck points. Little by little, I've accumulated so much. But 13 drops. Why haven't I leveled up? I think my fortune reading skills are definitely qualified to level up. I've obviously reached the pinnacle of perfection. Why haven't I leveled up? Zhou Xiaoduo was especially depressed about this. But after being depressed for a while, he threw this matter to the back of his mind. The good thing about Masters' personality was that if there was something troubling him, it would be fine if he didn't think about it. Nian Nian. Ma. Sis. He turned around and wanted to call her Nian Nian cat, but then he remembered that if he called her by her full name, he might get beaten up. He forced himself to change it and called her Ma. You have money again? Zhou Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. Money? Isn't it just money? I have plenty. Masters has nothing but money. Zhou Xiaoduo patted his chest. Then let's go and cultivate. Zhou Xiaoyan grabbed the sword that she had placed in the room as an air conditioner and walked out valiantly. There was one more thing to add. Because it was summer, the weather was hot. The Zhou family used an air conditioner, but the air from the air conditioner was too strong and not nutritious. Zhou Xiaoyan's sword was in the scabbard, and it slowly emitted a bit of cold spiritual energy. Under Zhou Xiaoyan's delicate control, the temperature of the entire Zhou family was maintained at 23 or 24 degrees. It was not only cool and pleasant, but also rich in spiritual energy that nourished the body from time to time. It could be said that it was a magical weapon for home travel. Chapter 230. After Zhou Xiaoduo found out about this, Zhou Xiaoyan's spirit's nature sword transformed into the family's natural air conditioner. Nianer. Zhou Chonglu walked out of the study. Dad, you and Xiaoduo are practicing swordsmanship. Why do you need a sword? Zhou Chonglu said matter-of-factly, leave the sword. You just need to wear the scabbard. Oh. Zhou Xiaoyan thought about it and agreed. Why would I need a sword when I'm practicing swordsmanship with a dog? I'd better put down the whole sword. A branch will be enough. Zhou Xiaoyan said and put down the sword. Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless for a while. How much do you look down on me? Zhou Xiaoduo was extremely depressed. Am I that weak? Zhou Chonglu ignored him. Seeing that the natural air conditioner was left behind, he went back to his study. Let's go. I'll show you how weak you are. You'll know yourself clearly. Zhou Xiaoyan excitedly pulled Zhou Xiaoduo away. After leaving the house, Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the bright moon in the sky. Suddenly, there was a surge of tenderness in his heart. In an instant, he had a feeling, today seems to be a good day to fall in love. Under the moonlight, what a good atmosphere. Thinking of this, he inexplicably felt the moonlight soften. It was like a dream, illusion, and intoxication. It was really hazy. Duo felt his heart suddenly melt. So he turned his head to look at Xiaoyan. The more he looked at her, the more he felt that she was really beautiful. None of the women he had seen could be more beautiful than Xiaoyan. He couldn't help but feel more and more restless in his heart. He felt that his throat was a little dry. He racked his brains and thought, how should I start a relationship? What should I say first? He thought and thought, but he had no clue at all. However, it was a good habit to ask when you didn't understand. If you didn't ask when you didn't understand, you would never understand. So Duo humbly asked shamelessly, Sister Nian, have you ever been in love? Xiaoyan was so shocked by this sentence that she almost fainted. She stopped and turned her head. Her gaze was sharp and puzzled. What do you mean? Duo plucked up his courage and put on what he thought was his most handsome pose and face. Actually, I don't know how to fall in love. Xiaoyan. Xiaoduo's heart was beating like a drum. Actually, I know that you haven't been in a relationship. Xiaoyan's face darkened. What do you mean? What do you mean? Duo saw Xiaoyan's unhappy expression, and his eyes seemed to be about to shoot out a murderous glint. Suddenly, he felt his breath deflate, and immediately became terrified. He muttered, tonight, should we practice swords or concealed weapons? Xiaoyan was confused. She subconsciously put her hand on Xiaoduo's forehead and asked, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Duo inexplicably felt that he was too cowardly. He was angry at himself for not living up to expectations, but he didn't dare to change. He could only choose to continue being a coward. He couldn't help but feel exasperated. He said angrily, isn't it just being beaten up by you? He wasn't angry at Xiaoyan, but at himself. Duo, why are you so cowardly? Why are you so cowardly? Go ahead. Hug her. Kiss her. Hurry. He kept scolding himself in his heart and encouraging himself, but his feet seemed to have grown roots and he didn't dare to move. Xiaoyan increasingly felt that this guy might be crazy. She said angrily, beat you up? You're still not convinced? Xiaoduo's heart suddenly trembled. He said in a low voice, I'm convinced. Xiaoyan snorted and looked at him sideways. Her big white eyes were exposed. She asked meaningfully, do you want to fall in love? Ahem. Duo was surprised to find that the topic had turned back. He quickly said, actually, it's not that. I just feel that way. I'm already so old, but I still don't know what it's like to fall in love. How regretful that would be. Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed dangerously. She said, you want to know what it's like to fall in love? Am I right? Duo nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes. You see, it's a good time to fall in love. Xiaoyan's eyes were cold. You have a target? With that, Governor Wan's daughter? Duo was confused. What are you talking about? How is it Governor Wan's daughter? What does it have to do with her? Xiaoyan smiled gently, but there was a hint of danger in her smile. She said, it's okay, doggy. At your age, it's normal to think about these things. But it's actually very easy to decide whether or not to think about it. Don't think about it? Why not? As long as you have enough training, you naturally won't think about it. Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and said, when you train until you don't know anything and can't think of anything, you're so tired that you only want to sleep, then you won't think about these things anymore. We're almost there. Let's train well tonight. You'll realize how inappropriate it is for you to think about falling in love. The path of cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. The so-called flower and moonlight are all superfluous. Xiaoyan showed her canine teeth and smiled like a devil. Duo panicked and said, I didn't mean that. Sister Nian, look at me. I think you're still asking for a beating. Do you want me to tire you out again? Duo said sadly, Sister Nian, actually, what I want to say is, what do you think of my looks? I'm quite handsome, right? Xiaoyan smiled faintly. I'll make you even more handsome in a moment. So handsome that it's tragic. She grabbed Zhuo and left as if she was riding the clouds. That night, Zhuo was indeed abused like never before. The money he had just earned was all used up, and he didn't even get a single reward. In other words, he didn't pass half a time. He didn't meet the standards the whole time. He was fined until he was hovering between life and death. He was also beaten black and blue by the fist and leg training, and his whole body was in pain from the sword training. He was indeed tragically handsome. Zhuo held a tree branch and supervised him fiercely. Whenever she saw that something was wrong with his movements, she would hit him with the branch without mercy. The pitiful Zhuo was carrying a 200 kilograms weight. How could it be easy for him to perfect his movements? Naturally, he was beaten up repeatedly. Fall in love. You want to fall in love? Zhuo muttered in her heart. You actually want to know what it's like to fall in love? Originally, I wanted to give you some benefits today and let you take home some rewards. Now, it seems like there's no need. There's no need at all. For people like you who want to fall in love, you need to be taught a lesson. Finally, it was midnight. Zhuo lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, panting heavily. His whole body had been trained to the point that he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Zhuo walked over and looked down at him. Then she squatted down and asked gently, "Are you tired?" "Yes." Zhuo rolled his eyes and panted heavily. "Do you still want to fall in love?" "No, I don't want to." Zhuo shuddered at the question. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "I'm really cheap. I asked for it. This is a witch." "Okay." Zhuo sat down beside him and said leisurely, "Why do you suddenly want to know what it's like to fall in love?" Zhuo complained, "I just want to fall in love with you. If you don't want to, then don't. Do you have to hit me so hard? I won't say that I want to fall in love with you in the future, even if you beat me to death." Zhuo was stunned when she heard that. After a while, her face turned red and she turned around as if she had been electrocuted. "What did you say?" "I said I want to fall in love with you." Zhuo's face was swollen and his head was swollen. He was extremely sad. Okay, you made me. I really don't want to anymore. Everything is gone." "With me?" Zhuo knew that she had misunderstood at this time. For a moment, she felt weak all over. She bit her lips and asked, "Didn't you say that the classmate of the governor's daughter, Wanli Xiu?" "Wanli Xiu is Long Yuxing's fiancé. What does it have to do with me?" Zhuo murmured. "Long Yuxing doesn't want to? If Long Yuxing wants to, you can just fall in love with him directly." Zhuo squinted her eyes. "Why do I feel that you are a little regretful? What do you think? What's wrong with your brain? How can you see that I am regretful?" Zhuo felt wronged. He was so melancholy that he turned his head and said, "I just want to fall in love. Why is it so difficult?" Zhuo snorted, but unexpectedly didn't hit him. Zhuo couldn't help but stop talking. He carefully and sneakily looked at Zhuo's face. Was it the sign of a coming storm? He saw Zhuo sitting quietly under the moonlight. Her long hair was fluttering in the breeze. Her eyes were like water, and there was a smile on her lips. She looked intoxicated. She was indescribably beautiful. His little heart, which had just been beaten to extinguish the idea of falling in love, couldn't help but beat fast again. "You were so fierce just now. You are so beautiful now. Humph, who wants to fall in love with you?" Zhuo pouted and rolled her eyes. She pretended to be fierce, but the corners of her mouth and the corners of her eyes were curved. She couldn't be fierce. She thought to herself, if he brings it up again tomorrow, will I give him a chance? Thinking about it, she felt confused. She turned her head and saw that this guy's eyes were rolling around. She didn't know what he was thinking. Occasionally, he would sneak a glance at her. Zhuo suddenly felt indescribably shy. She was about to say something to break the silence. Suddenly, her expression froze. It seemed that there were a few auras silently approaching here. Someone is coming. I'm afraid they are up to no good. Zhuo pushed Zhuo. Have you recovered? I have recovered. Don't move. Zhuo's spirit suddenly tensed up. She was even more annoyed. She was about to clear up the misunderstanding with Gouda, but someone actually disturbed her. She was so angry. With this guy's cowardly personality, it must have taken him many days to muster up the courage to say that he wanted to know what it was like to be in a relationship with someone. After being so fierce today, he probably wouldn't have the courage to mention it again for a month or two. Or even 3 to 5 months. He was already a coward. And now he is even more cowardly after being beaten up by me. Chapter 231. Zhou Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel angry and annoyed. Why are you such a coward? This is a coward. I knew he was a coward from a young age. After being a coward for so many years, it's become a habit. Today, he mustered up his courage and finally didn't cower, but he got beaten up by me. Thought there was no point in being angry at this question, so she could only be angry at the person who ruined the opportunity. Who was it? Who was it that came to spoil the fun? Zhou Xiaoyan's heart was filled with murderous intent. Zhou Xiaoduo focused on Zhou Xiaoyan's face and didn't find any danger, so he was relieved. Then, he started to pay attention to the surrounding situation. What kind of people would be coming? The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, so it wasn't a good time for night walkers to appear. Zhou Xiaoyan closed her eyes, her sword heart clear, reflecting the surrounding situation. He could feel a strong, malicious aura coming from 3 different directions. They were all over the dense forest and were quietly closing in on him. Zhou Xiaoduo also said softly, Sister Nian Yin, there's a murderous aura. They are coming with ill intentions. Yes, I feel it too, Zhou Xiaoyan said. But these people's cultivation isn't very high. There's only 1 origin core realm and 2 embryonic breathing realm. I don't know which side they are from. Zhou Xiaoyan said this, but she was laughing coldly in her heart. Who are they? Which side are they from? They want to send a few small fries to deal with me. Aren't they looking down on me too much? Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, and she instructed, Xiaoduo, the opponent's strength is within our control. You can use this opportunity to test the results of your hidden weapon. Zhou Xiaoduo kept silent, maintaining his lying position on the ground. He nodded slightly, not feeling nervous at all, but instead feeling strangely excited. Zhou Xiaoduo was very excited. Ever since he started practicing, except for the one time when he went out for training, he had never really seen blood or a fight. But today, this time, it was a real fight in the Jianghu. With this thought in mind, Zhou Xiaoduo immediately had a feeling of the boundless world. The boundless world, the vast world, the vast world, and the martial world. He probably felt that he had become a hero who repaid debts of gratitude and vengeance. He even started to daydream. If I go anywhere in the future, people will have to salute me respectfully when they see me and say, Hero Zhou. So you are the famous hero Zhou in the Jianghu. I'm sorry for my disrespect. It's better to meet you in person than to hear about you. But to meet you in person. Today, to meet heroes Zhou Xiong in person, I have no regrets. Scenes like this came one after another, one after the other. Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile as he imagined what would happen next. What should I say if it really came to that? How should he answer in a perfect way that would make him seem more approachable and not unreachable? But should I make people feel cold? Awesome, Collis. The wind whistled. The 3 breaths of the opponents finally got closer. They stopped about 30 meters away from the 2 of them and stopped moving. Zhou Xiaoyan instantly located the other party's location and told Zhou Xiaoduo. That kind of aura that contained malice was clearly a malice that wanted to kill the 2 of them. There was no mistake about this. Lingnian, which had almost become a synonym for Zhou Xiaoyan, was not just a nickname. 5 more meters, and I'll make a move. The one who strikes first gains the upper hand and defeats the enemy in an instant. Zhou Xiaoyan frowned, silently calculating the best time, position, and means of attack. In the eyes of the 3 people who came in from outside, one of the siblings was lying on the ground with a grass stalk in his mouth, looking very sloppy. The other was sitting, looking up at the night sky, as if admiring the beauty of the starry sky. In addition, the 2 of them occasionally chatted and laughed softly. In the lively atmosphere, they were really no different from young boys and girls who did not know the taste of sorrow. They were completely unaware of the 3 people's arrival. 10 more meters, and they could make a move. They would catch them off guard and defeat them as quickly as possible. The three of them made up their minds. Who cares about the Phoenix Meridian soul? The most important thing was to protect the family. If the family was gone, what was the point of the big picture? At this moment, one of them revealed a look of astonishment. That was because his phone was vibrating at this moment. Although the phone was on silent mode and vibrated silently, in this quiet night atmosphere, it was no different from a loud bang for cultivators above the level of Martial Master. The other two people who were closer to him were also stunned. Boss, are you kidding me? We're in the middle of a move, and you still have your phone. It's fine if you have your phone with you, but you didn't turn it off. What's the use of silent mode? The sound is so loud that it can scare people to death, not to mention the brightness of the screen. It's a dark night. Do you think the other party is blind? Even if you're leaning against a tree, do you think they can't see you? Are you stupid, or do you think they're stupid? Then, they saw their boss take out his phone and pick up the call. The other two thought that they were crazy, or that their eyes were damaged and they were hallucinating. How could this be called a fucking secret operation? What the fuck? The other party picked up the call and nodded repeatedly. Then, he hung up the phone and made a hand gesture. Retreat. Retreat? The other two people were even more confused when they heard this order. Boss, we've already arrived at the target site. With your call, we've already been exposed. At this moment, your order is to retreat? Then what exactly are we doing here this time? Seeing that the two people did not move, the leader made another hand gesture. This time, it was still retreat. However, there was a hint of viciousness in his actions. If the two people hesitated, who knew what would be waiting for them? The two people did not know what was going on, but they could only choose to obey the order and quickly retreat. On the other side, the brother and sister were ready to take action. However, they were surprised to see a call from the other party. They could not help but be speechless for a long time. Duo almost laughed out loud. This kind of idiot was too rare to see. They actually received a call when they were carrying out an assassination, and it seemed like it was the kind of call that they had to answer. Xiaoyan's pretty face was also very interesting. This phone call was really a stroke of genius. Admittedly, it exposed the whereabouts of the intruders, but it also caused a change in the counterattack that we had been preparing to launch. There was really nothing to say about it. After the phone call, the brother and sister tried their best to pretend that they did not see or hear anything. However, they saw that the other party was completely unmoved and even retreated. At this moment, Duo and Xiaoyan were completely confused. Fuck, are you guys messing around? What the fuck? You guys are full of evil intentions. The sword is already in hand, and the string is already pulled. The close combat is right in front of you, and then you guys decide not to fight and want to leave. Do you really think that this is a place where you can come and go as you please? Under Xiaoyan's signal, Duo jumped up from the ground like a carp and shouted, "Beep! Stop!" The three people on the other side were immediately confused. We were ordered not to take action, and that was considered to be letting you guys off. Now, you guys are actually coming over. Do you want to die? However, on second thought, they could not help but break out in cold sweat. So the other party had already discovered us? If that was the case, they thought that the other party had not discovered them. They thought that they could catch them off guard. If they really took action, they would only be caught off guard by the other party. With this thought, they could not help but express their admiration for the leader who answered the phone call. It was really the leader. At the critical moment, he seemed to be an idiot and answered the phone call, but he actually managed to avoid disaster. Otherwise, he would be the leader. Xiaoyan arrogantly strode forward with his head held high and his chest puffed out. The grass under his feet rustled, giving off the feeling of a hero roaming the martial world and looking down on the world. He nodded and said, "You three, I'm talking to you guys. Why are you running? Stop." The three people helplessly stopped in their tracks. This kid just had to jump out and make a scene today. That's asking for death. They can't blame us for this. What's the matter? The leader was also cursing in his heart. The family had arranged for me to kill people, but he strongly requested me to bring my phone to contact him at any time. Now, this is such a joke. Do you think I want this? Today is very likely to become my disgrace. My nerves were so tense that they were about to snap, but the family head really called me and asked me to give up and cancel the operation. This was already enough to make me speechless. But before I left, I was stopped by the target. What the fuck is going on? Duo stood in front of the three people and looked at them with a frown. He raised one hand and his face was instantly filled with compassion. He said in a deep voice, "It's not that I want to stop the three of you. It's just that the three of you are fated to meet me, immeasurable deity." As soon as this sentence came out, not only the three people of the Ning family in front of him, but also Zhou Xiaoyan, who was following beside him, also widened her eyes. "What do you mean?" Zhou Duo pretended to recite in a long voice, "To break the secrets of heaven and the mortal world, to give guidance to the Yin and Yang sect. The three of you have met in the middle of the night. It's really fate. There's something I have to say." "What is it?" "I see that the three of you don't look good. Evil is coming from the east. Black gas is covering your faces. Bad luck is hanging over your heads, and white tigers are in the sky. Tonight, it's inevitable that a bloody disaster will befall you. I'm here to remind you, to make a good karma." Masters were pretended to be kind and said, "The three of you, Buddha has the virtue of caring for all living things. I really can't bear to see the three of you leave just like that. It'll cause a disaster and death to befall you." The four people, including Zhou Xiaoyan, didn't know what he was talking about. Wasn't immeasurable deity's Taoist name again? How did it become Buddha? Are you a Taoist or a Buddha? A bloody disaster? At that moment, the leader sneered, "Master Zhou, you're exaggerating, aren't you?" Zhou Duo smiled faintly and clasped his hands behind his back. He looked like a calm master, immeasurable Buddha. "So you know me?" The three people were full of murderous intent and ferocious. Obviously, they were here to kill Ning Ke and his sister. The two sides were on opposite sides. How could Zhou Duo let them go? How many monthly votes would there be at 7? Chapter 232. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoyan had the purple star illumination on her face, so she was not in any danger. Regardless of whether it was a divination or a person's physique, she was confident that she could deal with the three people in front of her. Victory was within her grasp, so how could Zhou Duo let go of the opportunity to earn a wave of luck points? Even a mosquito's leg was meat, not to mention the luck points that concerned 3 lives. No matter what, it should be quite a lot. Master Zhu's name has recently spread through Phoenix City. The three of us have heard a lot about you and often feel that we've never met before. However, the three of us are short of money and really don't have the money to pay Master Zhou. Since we're not fated to have money, then we don't need Master Zhou to worry about our fates. The leader was a little impatient. He said a few words and was about to leave. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. "You. The 2 words you said before, please say it again." "I've been waiting for this sentence. Finally, someone is willing to say this to me." Although he's not Hero Zhou, Master Zhou is still very impressive. Not bad, it's nice to hear." That person was not interested in being entangled with Zhou Duo. He said impatiently, "Get out of the way." Zhou Duo spoke very quickly. "The three of you, it doesn't matter if you're rich or not. It's fate that brought us together. Looking at your faces, you're really going to face a bloody calamity. Death is at the door. If you don't listen to me and solve it, I'm afraid your lives will be in danger." The three of them ignored him and walked out with dark faces. Zhou Xiaoduo's voice sounded behind them. 10 meters forward, blood splashes 5 steps. Don't blame me for not warning you. It's sad and lamentable that there are 3 more lonely souls on the road to the netherworld. The three of them moved faster and faster. They felt that this guy was crazy. They walked 7 to 8 meters in one breath. Suddenly, a soft sound came from behind them. Then, the entire sky was pierced by a sharp aura, as if it had transcended time and space. It broke through the air and came at them. The three of them shouted coldly at the same time and dodged. Their eyes were filled with shock. "You actually dared to make the first move with your insignificant skills?" Then, they heard Zhou Duo shout, "Sister Nian Nian, go." Bang, bang, bang. 3 explosions sounded. Zhuxiaoduo's 3 jade gourds followed the opponent's dodging figure like a shadow, drawing a mysterious trajectory as they chased after him. Bang, bang, bang. 3 soft sounds rang out as they all hit their targets. Among them, the 2 people in the embryonic breathing realm were shocked to discover that their waists had been pierced by some unknown hidden weapon. They also didn't know what hidden weapon had burrowed into their skin, slithering left and right in their muscles like a snake. In the blink of an eye, it had twisted a few times. It was extremely insidious. A heart-wrenching pain followed. The 2 of them widened their eyes almost at the same time, filled with disbelief. Didn't the information say that this kid was only a martial master? This is the strength of a martial master? Reaching out to touch it, he found that the place where he had been hit was already drenched in blood. The hidden weapon was actually twisting left and right inside his muscles, and he couldn't force it out for a while. In this world, there was actually such a hidden weapon technique. Even the primal core cultivator who managed to grab the hidden weapon in time felt a sharp pain in his palm. While he was shocked, his eyes were filled with killing intent. A martial master. A hidden weapon used by a martial master could actually cause primal core cultivators to feel pain and even injure 2 people in the embryonic breathing realm. Once this kid grew up, he would most likely become a huge threat. Just as the 3 of them were thinking this, they suddenly saw a flash of brilliance in front of them, as if the moonlight was pouring out. At the same time, an extremely cold feeling suddenly spread out, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, their bodies were cold, as if they were frozen. Their eyes were filled with the bright sword light, nothing else. In a split second, a fairy from the horizon, holding a snow-white long sword, danced in the air, graceful and beautiful. Her clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind, as if she had descended from the moon, mixed with the world of ice and snow. "Leave your last breath. Let me kill you." Zhuxiaoduo's voice sounded at the right time, eager to give it a try. The primal core cultivator tried his best to deal with it, but he only had time to pull out his sword to block. He still felt that his sword was completely cold, as if it had been frozen. Just now, when it came into contact with the thin sword in the opponent's hand, his sword had silently broken with a whoosh. Then, he felt a chill in his arm, and the arm that was holding the sword flew out of his body. That person had just lost an arm, and before he could react, he felt a chill in his thigh, and his whole body was instantly half a head shorter. Zhuxiaoyan's delicate body flashed again, and a cold, fragrant wind swept past this person. The sword light flashed in the air, and the 2 Ning clan experts in the embryonic breathing realm behind him also let out earth-shattering cries of agony. The 4 legs of the 2 people were all chopped off. Zhuxiaoyan's body floated down and returned to the ground, but not even a speck of dust was raised. She stretched out her slender arm, and the thin sword body was reflected in the moonlight. The sword light was like flowing water, flowing quietly under the moonlight. There was not even a trace of blood on it. Good sword, as expected of the sharpest sword in the world. Zhuxiaoyan praised and handed the sharp sword in her hand to Zhuxiaoduo. Just now, the sword that Zhuxiaoyan had used was Zhuxiaoduo's sword. Yes, it was the cat spirit sword. As for her own spirit-snatching sword, it was being used as an air conditioner by her parents at home, so naturally it was not with her. Long before they had made their move, Zhuxiaoduo had handed his sword over. "Why did you leave them alive?" Zhuxiaoyan squinted her eyes, and the murderous aura from her earlier attack had not dissipated from her body. She was valiant and formidable, cold and aloof. Zhuxiaoduo looked at her in a daze. He paused for a while, then took his sword and said with a laugh, "I have read their fortune. Now that it has come true, I naturally have to convince them wholeheartedly and admit that my divination is accurate. Only then can it be considered complete." Zhuxiaoyan could not maintain her ladylike image and rolled her eyes. "This is your fortune-telling?" Zhuxiaoyan's face was filled with disbelief. Who doesn't know how to do fortune-telling like this? Even I can do it. Zhuxiaoyan only felt that Zhuxiaoduo's theory was extremely strange. She even wondered if there was something wrong with this little doggie's brain. Reading the fortune of an enemy who was bound to fight, and then telling the enemy that there was a life-threatening disaster? Then, he would personally create a life-threatening disaster for the enemy. Is this how you call fortune-telling? It would be strange if you still could not tell. You clearly have the Overlord's point of view. Even if there was no life-threatening disaster, you would still need to read the fortune to create one. What's the point of doing this? Reading the fortune of someone who is about to die and telling them that they are about to die? Even if you were right, what's the use? Can you become famous? Can you advertise? Can you collect money? You're too senseless, doggy. Zhou Xiaoyan was speechless and did not think much of it. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Nian Mao, you really don't understand this mystery. I didn't know that they were about to face a life-threatening disaster because you and I knew that they were about to face a life-threatening disaster. There is a fundamental difference between the two. She thought to herself, there must be a fundamental difference. It was because I read their fortune that I gained something. It was an extremely huge gain, okay? Even if what you said makes sense, why don't you let me kill them directly? Do you have to kill them? What's the point of this? It's also related to your fortune-telling. Can you tell that they will die in your hands? Zhou Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Xiaoduo and immediately thought of this problem that she couldn't figure out no matter how hard she tried. Zhou Xiaoduo looked around and saw that there was no one around. He smiled and leaned close to Zhou Xiaoyan's ear. He said in an extremely low voice, "This is not about fate, but the will of the person. Do you still remember the small flying knife that Uncle Nan gave me?" So what? Zhou Xiaoyan's ears were heated by his hot breath. Her delicate little ears suddenly turned red, and she only felt that her body was a little weak. She forced herself to calm down and ask questions, but her face was getting redder and redder. That small flying knife can absorb people's blood essence and turn it into pure energy to help me practice martial arts. The more people I kill, the more energy it can absorb. That thing is much more effective than absorbing Astral Soul's jade, Zhou Xiaoduo said in an extremely low and fast voice. Then he said in surprise, "Why is your face so red?" Zhou Xiaoyan did not care about her blushing at this moment. She looked at Zhou Xiaoduo in shock. Is there such a thing? Zhou Xiaoduo blinked and said, "Otherwise, how can my cultivation progress so fast? That small flying knife is a great help." With a casual sentence, he pushed all the credit to the dragon blood flying dagger. Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly became nervous. She grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo. "Dog, you can't tell this to anyone else." "I know. I'm just telling you. Are you someone else?" Zhou Xiaoduo said matter-of-factly. Zhou Xiaoyan chuckled. Her heart was filled with sweetness. She whispered, "Damn. You have to make good use of such a peerless treasure. You must keep it a secret, top secret." Then she lowered her eyebrows and smiled. "Go ahead." She thought in her heart, "Dog, that flying knife was given by Uncle Nan. Uncle Nan will not harm us. Even if there is something wrong with him, my parents were there at that time. They should know it. This proves that this knife is only beneficial and has no hidden danger. However, the ability to absorb the target's essence and blood for its own benefit is too abnormal and even more evil. I have to check it carefully to make sure there is nothing wrong with it, but Xiao Duo doesn't need to know about this. I will secretly check the information in this regard. If there is no harm, I will let him use it. If there is any harm, I can tell him then." Thinking of this, her heart suddenly brightened. Looking at the three enemies whose legs she had just broken, her eyes became gentle. It was like looking at Zhou Xiaoduo's wallet. Zhou Xiaoduo walked to the front of the three people. At this moment, their faces were pale and their eyes were full of despair. "I told you that the three of you would have a bloody disaster and your lives would be in danger. Why didn't you believe me? Do you believe me now?" Zhou Xiaoduo said with a smile. Chapter 233. So what if I believe you? What are you going to do? The leader of the inner core realm cultivators looked at Zhou Xiaoduo angrily. The intense pain made his body convulse, but he still held on. "If you want to kill me, then kill me. Is it fun to tease a person who is about to die?" The words of a dying man are indeed true. You hit the nail on the head. You're right. It's really interesting. Zhou Xiaoduo could clearly feel that after this person said, "I believe you," a cool feeling descended from the sky and merged into his meridians. The result of the three people's fortune-telling had actually allowed him to gather half a drop of luck points. This result surprised even Zhou Xiaoduo. Of course, it was interesting. It seemed that even if he looked at such a tyrant's fortune sign, he could still gain luck points. I'm really a fortune teller. Since the luck points had already been received, Zhou Xiaoduo did not hesitate any longer. He took out the dragon blood flying dagger. The three of you have a safe journey. Puff, puff, puff. The dragon blood flying dagger flashed, and the three of them died almost at the same time. I helped you look at your faces. It's fate. I'll let you go in peace. The road to the netherworld is long. I won't see you off. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. I've been so accurate and good at reading, but you didn't give me any reward. Now that you're dead, the things you have left behind can be considered as a reward, right? As he spoke, he began to search the corpses. Don't you feel disgusted? Zhou Xiaoyan frowned. Every meal is not easy to come by. Even a strand of it is difficult to obtain. Zhou Xiaoduo said earnestly, people are guilty, but money is innocent. In this world, money is not omnipotent, but you can't do anything without money. We should never deprive this money of its right to circulate in the market. This money is buried in the ground. It's so unfair to the workers who made it. Their hard work is trampled on. We have to respect labor. After a busy harvest, so fucking poor. How can they be so poor? At the very least, they have one inner core and two embryonic breaths. The three of them only have one ring and nothing else. Zhou Xiaoduo was very disappointed. He pocketed the cash, which amounted to less than 1,000, and then handed the dimensional ring to Zhou Xiaoyan. That's all. Let's go. We'll look at our harvest when we get back. Zhou Xiaoyan was now bent on investigating Zhou Xiaoduo's dragon blood flying dagger. She grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo and soared into the sky, disappearing instantly. 10 minutes after the two disappeared, a black shadow floated out from 100 meters away, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Then, he raised his head and said, Teacher Mu, you're here too. Let's take a look together and discuss. Who else could it be but Qin Fengyang, Teacher Qin? In the distance, a white figure rose slowly. It was Mu Yinyan. One of them was worried about Zhou Xiaoduo, while the other was worried about Zhou Xiaoyan. Every night, they would secretly guard here. Tonight, the Ning family only sent a few small fries. There was no need for the two of them to intervene at all. They were killed by Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan. In other words, even if the Ning family sent out the whole family, they would only end up dead here. And Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan would not be hurt at all. After all, Qin Fengyang was not the same as before. His strength had greatly improved, and he was not weaker than an ordinary expert in the middle stage of the cloud transformation realm. Among the experts in the whole Phoenix City, even if he was not second to none, he was at least in the top 3. And Zhou Xiaoduo and Mu Yinyan were completely unaware of this, and they could not be told. Otherwise, it would be inevitable that they would be fearless and slack off. That would not be good. Mu Yinyan floated out and looked at Qin Fengyang strangely. Teacher Qin, have you broken through? You have improved a lot. Just now, Mu Yinyan was hiding and did not find the existence of Qin Fengyang, but Qin Fengyang had found her. In the past, the two of them were almost neck and neck in terms of cultivation. Neither of them was inferior to the other. But now, in this situation, Mu Yinyan did not retreat, so there was only one possibility. Qin Fengyang had broken through. Qin Fengyang sighed. Alas, I didn't check it out. How could I suddenly break through? His tone was full of a kind of regret, as if the breakthrough was a big bad thing. Mu Yinyan was a little stunned. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she felt that she had nothing to say to this sentence. How could he suddenly break through without checking it out? This act of pretentiousness was really fresh and refined. He was indeed the master of Zhou Xiaoduo. But you said it in front of people like us who are stuck at the peak of nascent soul and can't break through. How can we bear it? Mu Yinyan secretly rolled her eyes at Qin Fengyang. She felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Originally, she found Qin Fengyang very pleasing to the eye. Now, he was a repulsive person, just like his apprentice, Zhuo. This master and apprentice both had a disease that would kill them if they didn't show off. Qin Fangyang stepped forward and looked at the 3 corpses on the ground. He whispered, "Weird. Really weird." Mu Yinyan also stepped forward to take a look and couldn't help but shrink her pupils. The 3 corpses lacked any blood, and their bones were loose. It seemed that they had been dead for several days, and even showed some signs of drying up. Seeing this scene, Mu Yinyan suddenly remembered the situation when she chased Chen Yuding and others that day, thinking of what Zhang Zhongbin and other people of Star Shield said at that time, and then looking at the corpses in front of her and thinking about the money grubber's action of plundering the corpses, she suddenly understood everything. I see. It turned out to be this guy's doing all this time. After all this time, this little boy has been the mastermind behind the scenes. For a time, Mu Yinyan, who understood the past, was only stunned for a moment, and then fell into an incredible state again. But what on earth can make a corpse fall into the verge of decay in such a short time? Mu Yinyan muttered to herself. Qin Fangyang suddenly turned his head and said seriously, word by word, "Teacher Mu, I want to seriously remind you of something. Go ahead. About this matter, I hope you can keep it to yourself." Qin Fangyang's eyes were shining, and he said, "This is my reminder to you." Mu Yinyan seemed to realize something and said, "Is it very involved?" Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said, "With all due respect, the people and things involved. Even the entire Kunlun Taoism may not be able to bear it." Mu Yinyan was really shocked this time. The amount of information in this sentence was too much. Looking at Qin Fangyang's serious eyes, Mu Yinyan pondered for a long time, and then solemnly saluted. "I remember Teacher Qin's advice and will follow it. I will never dare to take half a step out of line." Qin Fangyang nodded and accepted the salute calmly. "What I find strange is not this matter, but Zhuo's actions." Qin Fangyang frowned and said, "Speaking of it, at that time, when the 3 people wanted to leave, spiritual thoughts directly killed them. I am not surprised. Even Zhuo jumped out to stop it. I am not surprised. In the end, it was spiritual thoughts that did it. I am still not surprised. I am just curious. Why did Zhuo have to read the fortune of these 3 people who are going to die? Why did he have to go through all this trouble?" Qin Fangyang furrowed his brows. "I really can't figure this out no matter how hard I try. Zhuo has never been a sloppy person. When he fights, he doesn't even scold people. He just goes up and punches. He never talks about reason. How could such a person talk so much about 3 people who are going to die for so long? He read their fortune and fulfilled it. He doesn't seem to be such a person with bad taste." Qin Fangyang really didn't understand, and he really couldn't figure it out. In fact, it was not only him. Mu Yinyan also had a headache. She also didn't understand. At that time, Zhuo suddenly jumped out to stop them to read their fortune. This action directly shocked the 2 of them. He said that they were going to have a bloody disaster, and then he made a bloody disaster. He said that they were going to be in danger, and then he killed them. It had to be said that this action could only be described with one word: disgusting. Well, if another adjective had to be added, it could only be described with another word: despicable. It was completely meaningless. Vent anger? How could he vent anger like this? How much was he tortured before he died? That wasn't the case either. After a few meaningless sentences, he killed them cleanly without any hesitation. Regarding this, I also don't understand. Mu Yinyan thought for a long time and honestly admitted that she didn't understand. She thought to herself, "You master and disciples' brain circuits are different from others." Qin Fangyang frowned and studied the 3 corpses again. Then, he flipped the 2 people in the embryonic breathing realm over and used his sword to cut open their waist muscles. Then, he saw 2 small white jade gourds at a glance. They were really small gourds. At most, they were only the size of sunflower seeds. However, Qin Fangyang's eyes narrowed when he saw them. Mu Yinyan didn't want to touch the corpses. Seeing Qin Fangyang make them so bloody, she didn't want to look at them even more. She only stood far away and asked, Did you find anything else? Qin Fangyang flipped the corpses over. With a hidden force, he shook the wounds that he had just made into mush. He shook the two gourds out and secretly held them in his hand. He said indifferently, nothing else. 2 in the embryonic breathing realm, and 1 in the origin alchemy realm. They are all from the Ning clan. It seems that the Ning clan has indeed been going downhill these years. The aristocratic family that has been passed down for thousands of years. Hee, it has declined. Mu Yinyan didn't feel anything unusual. She said, actually, this is normal. They have done too many outrageous things. It is inevitable that they will suffer from the backlash of fate. Qin Fangyang nodded and said, I have to go back. Goodbye, Miss Mu. He cupped his hands and floated away. After he left, Mu Yinyan glanced at the 3 corpses. She went over to take a look and immediately discovered that Qin Fangyang had used his strength to shatter the corpses. She originally wanted to see why Qin Fangyang had shattered the corpses. However, after thinking about it, she didn't do anything. No matter what, Qin Fangyang is not a bad person. I don't have to get to the bottom of things that he doesn't want me to know. As he said, it may not be a good thing for me to know something that I shouldn't know. Mu Yinyan's delicate body floated up and left. Chapter 234. Ning Family. When Ning Suifeng returned home, it was already past midnight, but he couldn't get through to the people who were carrying out the mission. After a few times, he gradually felt that something was wrong. Are 13 and the others back? Not yet. Send a few people to search for them. Report back as soon as you find them. The ominous feeling in Ning Suifeng's heart was getting heavier and heavier. With a sullen face, he kept pacing in the study, waiting for the news. At about 3:00 in the morning, the people who went out to search for the Ning family brought back 3 unrecognizable bodies. They were placed in the yard. Ning Suifeng looked at the 3 bodies for a long time. 3 more dead. Can you tell who did it? I can't tell, but I can be sure that their legs were cut off by a sharp weapon first. Patriarch, look, the place where their legs were cut off is flat, and there are no signs of their muscles spasming. This means that their legs were already cut off before they could feel any pain. The bone stubble is also smooth. The weapon used by the murderer should be a very thin sword. The sharpness of the sword has reached an unimaginable level. According to the intelligence, the Zhua family doesn't have such a weapon. The spiritual thought goddess doesn't have it, and neither does the Zhua Xiao duo. Previously, the patriarch had already ordered them to give up on killing the spiritualist goddess. Based on the comparison of the strength of both sides at that time, there is a high chance that they were not killed by the spiritualist goddess. It was someone else. In addition, judging from the degree of decay of the corpses when they just died, the murderer is most likely practicing some kind of evil technique. In the lower back of these 2 people, this degree of shattering is not something that ordinary people can do. At least, it has to be above the level of nascent soul. An old man of the Ning family carefully examined the corpses for a long time and concluded there was an outsider interference. And it was a top master. As for why they were killed, I don't know. Maybe it was the protector of the spiritual thought goddess? Someone from the Kunlun Taoist sect? Bury them. Ning Suifeng looked up to the sky and sighed. Before he could finish his sentence, someone came forward to report, reporting to Master. 35th young Master has sent news. He's currently in the hospital. Young Madam is 7 months pregnant with twins, and she's having a miscarriage. Ning Suifeng stood there quietly. After a long while, he said with a trembling voice, how many pregnant women are there now? No one replied. How many more? Ning Suifeng shouted. No more. Not a single one. The old man who had examined the corpse lowered his head. His face was blank. After a while, he said, before this month, there were a total of 47 pregnant women in the family. Now, all of them. Ning Suifeng's body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. His body was trembling slightly. This was extreme fear. He knew better than anyone that if a clan wanted to rise, its population was the biggest factor. Only by constantly giving birth to new lives could the clan continue to prosper. Even if they suffered a temporary setback and declined temporarily, as long as their bloodline still existed, there would definitely be a chance for them to rise again. But now, the situation that he was most afraid of had appeared. Feng Shui situation. The person who set this up was simply vicious to the point of insanity. Obviously, this was to completely cut off the Ning clan's bloodline from the root. The ancestral tomb had collapsed and sunk to an unknown depth. All the pregnant women were gone. Then, when the Ning clan members who were still alive in the world grew old and died one by one, who would inherit the wealth and endless resources left behind? Pass down the order. Ning Suifeng raised his head and stood in the night wind. He said softly, "From today onwards, the men of the Ning clan will lift the ban on lust." Lift the ban on lust? That's right. There's no need for a formal marriage or even mutual love. There's no need for any sectarian bias. There's no need for aptitude. As long as they can sow the seeds of the Ning clan, that's enough. No matter where they live. Ning Suifeng closed his eyes. He knew very well how sinful his decision was. A group of men of the Ning clan who had no scruples at all. Every one of them had skills that far exceeded ordinary people. To ordinary people, they were supermen with irresistible power. If this order was passed down, perhaps thousands of ordinary girls who were slightly beautiful would be killed. But he still gave this order. Would they be able to escape if they were not in the Ning clan? Ning Suifeng thought so in his heart. Yes, master. The butler passed down the order. Ning Suifeng walked towards the bedroom. He had to rest. The light shone on his body. His back, which had always been straight, was now bent. Everything depended on whether the key point could be found tomorrow. If it couldn't be found, Ning Suifeng walked in. His lowered eyes shot out two vicious lights. If it can't be found, then even if the entire Ning clan's strength and the property accumulated over thousands of years, we must kill. Spiritual thought goddess and Zhuoxiao duo. What big plan? What does it have to do with my Ning clan? Different from Ning Suifeng, Meng Tianyue let the secretary take turns to be on duty. She went to the study early. He didn't even turn on the light. He just sat in the study in a daze. He was in the dark and kept his eyes open until dawn. No one knew what he was thinking. Zhuoxiao duo returned home. He lay on the bed and fell asleep. This money grubber didn't even have the mood to wait for Zhuoxiaoyan to check the ring. It was obvious that he was really tired. Zhuoxiaoyan sat in front of the computer and began to search for information about the dragon blood flying dagger. Was there any backlash from such a heaven-defying item? Were there any side effects? After searching for a long time, there was no relevant information. She could only give up. However, looking for this kind of backlash, she actually found some web novels. A group of ordinary people who had nothing to do were fantasizing about the magnificent life of a crooked cultivator. It was a dazzling lineup. Only one of them was called Wind Conquering the World. It was really well written. Moreover, the person was handsome and had an outstanding temperament. Zhuoxiaoyan couldn't help but be curious. She murmured, "What did this guy write?" She opened World Defying the Nine Heavens and read it. She was immediately fascinated. It's written so well. It's great. I have never read such a good novel in my life. Early morning. Zhuoxiao duo ate a stomach full of food as usual. He ate until the few pots were empty. He asked Zhuoxiaoyan, "Is there anything good?" Zhuoxiaoyan read novels the whole night. She was sleepy and forgot about the ring. She yawned and said, "No. So be it. A few poor people. I don't think there's anything good." He skipped out the door. "I have to go to school to cultivate." Zhuoxiao duo ran away anxiously. He didn't break through these days. He felt his true qi was restless. He was really anxious. Today, he was afraid that he would be beaten by Qin Fengyang again. Sigh. Teacher Qin was getting more and more ruthless. Zhuoxiao duo had just arrived at the school gate when he saw a group of people waiting for him. Master Zhuo is here." Everyone in the crowd was very excited. Zhuoxiao duo glanced at them and frowned. The number of people seemed to have decreased compared to yesterday and the day before. Well, to be more precise, it wasn't that there were fewer people, but there were fewer luxury cars. It was normal. Although there were many rich people in Phoenix City, there were very few people at the top of the pyramid who could catch Master's attention. Forget it. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Zwishaoduo's eyes shone with golden light. I'm not doing this for money. I'm not doing this for luck points. I'm mainly pitying the people of this world. They have so many worries. Today, I, Master Zwa, intend to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. I'll help those in danger and rob the rich to help the poor. I'll point out the mysteries of heaven and give directions to everyone. Master Zwa walked over with his hands behind his back. He pretended to be sage-like and walked over. Zwishaoduo. A crisp young girl's voice suddenly rang out. Zwishaoduo turned his head to look at the source of the voice. He saw a young girl in a white dress standing under a willow tree. She looked like a lotus flower. She had her hands behind her back and was looking at him with a bright smile. That young girl was Bai Bingbing. The young girl today had swept away the heaviness on her face a few days ago. She had become youthful and lively again. She no longer had any pretense. She radiated a pure and fresh aura. Seeing Zwishaoduo turn his head, Bai Bingbing's face lit up. She ran a few steps to Zwishaoduo and looked at him with a smile. What? What are you doing? Zwishaoduo took a step back cautiously and raised one of his palms solemnly. Umidba, Almighty God, I'm a man with a wife. I'll be faithful to my wife until death. I'll never let her down. I'd rather be the one who betrays the world.
Ah, ha ha ha.
Bai Bingbing couldn't help but laugh until she bent over. After a while, she stopped laughing. Her face became particularly serious. She bit her lip and suddenly bowed to Zwishaoduo. Zwishaoduo, I'm sorry. Zwishaoduo, thank you. She stood up and looked at Zwishaoduo with a little infatuation. Suddenly, she laughed from the bottom of her heart again. Zwishaoduo, don't worry. I won't chase you anymore. I won't chase you anymore. Because the distance between us is too far. Since it's destined to be out of reach, why waste my effort and ask for trouble? Zwishaoduo smiled when he heard that. Okay. We'll be friends from now on. Friends. Goodbye, Zwishaoduo. Bai Bingbing waved her hand and smiled. I'm going to class. Like an agile deer, he quickly turned around and ran into the school like a wisp of smoke. She didn't say anything. Why was she sorry? Why was she thanking him? She didn't say anything. Zwishaoduo didn't ask either. Zwishaoduo smiled from the bottom of his heart as he watched Bai Bingbing run into the school. Fortunately, he didn't pursue the matter. Otherwise, this bright and beautiful smile would definitely disappear forever. Chapter 235. Inside the school. Hu Ruoyun looked at Bai Bingbing, who ran over with a smile, but secretly shed a few tears. Bai Bingbing took a few deep breaths and returned to her lively self. She turned to look at Zwishaoduo, who was back to being a charlatan and fortune-teller, and her expression softened. To be honest, Zwishaoduo handled the situation better than she had imagined. He didn't eat the buns, and it seemed like he was pretending to be confused, but did he really not intend to pursue the matter? Was it really just the 3 reasons he had mentioned the other day? Or was there another reason? But Hu Ruoyun knew that from this moment on, there was no answer to this question, because there were no ifs in this world. After seeing a few people, Zwishaoduo entered the school 10 minutes earlier than usual and went to class because he had something on his mind. He was surprised to find that the students in the class today, except for Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, Li Changming, Yu Moyan, and Li Chenglong, were all absent. They had probably gone out to train. Qin Fangyang, on the other hand, was standing on the podium with his hands behind his back. Seeing Zwishaoduo appear at the door, Qin Fangyang turned to look at him. Zwishaoduo suddenly felt a pressure greater than a mountain coming at him. After Qin Fangyang's breakthrough, the aura that flowed out of him was even thicker, especially when facing Zwishaoduo. It was as if he didn't restrain himself at all. He looked as if he was going to crush this guy into pieces. Zwishaoduo instantly felt that he was half a head shorter. Do you feel like you've broken through today? Qin Fangyang's face was solemn, and his eyes were heavy, but one couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. No. Zwishaoduo panicked. It seemed that he couldn't avoid today's beating. He made up his mind and gritted his teeth. It was better to be straightforward than to be in pain for a long time. Zhuo Duo turned around with a heroic face, stuck out his butt, and assumed a standard posture of being beaten. He said, "Teacher Qin, I know you're going to teach me a lesson again. Come on, let's be straightforward and give me a quick one." Qin Fengyang was stunned. "I didn't want to beat you up today. It must have been hard on you. Your posture of being beaten was so perfect." Looking at this butt, it was obvious that it had been tempered thousands of times and experienced countless times. Puffed.
Ha ha.
Wan Li Xiao and the others were immediately amused by Zhuo Xiaoduo's strange and familiar movements, as well as the popular and suggestive posture, and they all held their bellies in laughter. "Stand up." Qin Fengyang's face darkened. "I don't want to beat you up today. All of you, remove all the weights on your bodies. I'll give you an hour to familiarize yourselves with your current state. After that, follow me to the testing room." Testing room. Long Yuxing and the others' eyes lit up when they heard this. The testing room was a place to test one's strength after breaking through to the Xiantian realm. Why would we have to go there now? Qin Fengyang's face was calm, but his heart was already very excited. Each of these little fellows had already suppressed their cultivation 3 or 4 times. Qin Fengyang had only helped to suppress it twice. Now that he was going to test it, it should be about the same. Long Yuxing and the others were hesitant, but their hands didn't slow down. They quickly removed the weights, and immediately, the floor was in a mess. Only Zhuo Xiaoduo was still undoing it. The weights on his body were much more than the others. His fingers, wrists, elbows, shoulders, arms, back, abdomen, waist, buttocks, thighs, calves, there were weights everywhere. On the surface, all the weights were removed. Zhuo Xiaoduo seemed to hesitate for a moment, and then he took off his shoes. This guy's toes were also tied with weights, and he slowly removed them. However, it didn't matter if he took off his shoes. "What the?" Wan Li Xiao covered her nose and rushed out. Immediately, Long Yuxing shouted, "Oh no! There's poison. It's highly toxic. Brothers, let's run." Covering his nose, he took the lead and rushed out. The others also rushed out of the door in a hurry. Only Zhuo Xiaoduo and Qin Fengyang were left in the room with an innocent face and a certain smell that permeated the whole space. Qin Fengyang sighed deeply. "If I didn't see you taking off your shoes with my own eyes, I would have thought that we were at a salted fish manufacturing base by the sea." "Zhuo Xiaoduo, don't you take a bath?" "I take a bath every night," Zhuo Xiaoduo said as if he had been wronged, "but every morning, I run here while carrying 4,000 pounds and stand on one leg to read my fortune."
This.
Qin Fengyang shook his head. He finally couldn't stand it and quickly walked out. "Quickly finish it and throw it out to disperse the smell." "This smell?" After a while, Zhuo Xiaoduo finally came out with a relaxed body. After removing all the weights, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he was almost flying. Even when he walked, he could feel the empty air in his pants, and the wind was whistling. Probably because of the weight, everyone wore clothes that were 2 sizes too big. The few people outside also had a look of novelty on their faces as they bounced and jumped. They all felt that they had become experts in an instant and were insufferably arrogant. They were extremely excited and overjoyed. An hour of relaxation time was enough for everyone to familiarize themselves with their current state. However, the wonderful time was always fleeting, and it passed in the blink of an eye. "Let's go." Qin Fengyang led the way in front and went to the testing room. At the entrance of the testing room, Luo Lai was already waiting there. "Have you arranged it?" Qin Fengyang asked. "Yes. All the teaching staff have been chased out by me. I have also cut off the power of all the monitoring equipment to ensure that there will be no relevant records of today's test," Luo Lai said. Qin Fengyang nodded and said, "Li Chenglong?" "Yes. Go in and do a check to confirm the situation that Teacher Luo said." "Yes." Seeing Li Chenglong go in, Luo Lai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Qin Fengyang, do you have to not believe me?" "It's not that I don't believe you. I just don't want any accidents," Qin Fengyang said seriously. "For some things, the more confident you are, the better." Luo Lai could only smile bitterly. The caution that Qin Fengyang displayed at this moment had already reached a considerable level. Li Chenglong ran out. Teacher Qin, Teacher Luo is right? Then let's go in. Qin Fengyang and Luo Lai led the way in. As they walked, Qin Fengyang instructed, Old Luo, regarding the test data of these kids, you must destroy it on the spot. Not a single bit can be leaked. Luo Lai nodded and said, Yes, I understand. Although he said that, in reality, he didn't really understand. At least, he didn't understand why Qin Fengyang was so serious. It seemed like he was making a big fuss over a small issue. They were just a few martial master kids. Was there a need to be so serious? The few of them entered the testing room. The first thing that caught their eyes were a few machines. This is to test the attack strength of a martial master. 5,000 Jin, Luo Lai said. However, Qin Fengyang didn't stop walking. He walked all the way to the testing machine for Xiantian cultivators. It was also a target, but there was a screen above it. With one punch, the accuracy of the attack strength could be instantly calculated. This is a testing machine that only Xiantian cultivators can use. Luo Lai frowned and said, These kids haven't reached the Xiantian realm. There's no point in using this to test them. The starting point of this machine is 8,000 Jin. We'll use this to test them, Qin Fengyang said decisively. Then, he thought for a moment and said, I think it might not be enough. Hearing this, Luo Lai's facial muscles twitched. A punch of 5,000 Jin is the standard of a peak martial master. It has to be at least 8,000 Jin to be considered a minor Xiantian. And a punch of 10,000 Jin is the true starting point of an Xiantian cultivator's strength. Luo Lai advised earnestly, the lower limit of this machine is 8,000 Jin. Teacher Qin, it doesn't matter if you can hit them or not. However, if you hurt the student's self-esteem, that's not good. What's the upper limit of this machine? Qin Fengyang patted the strength testing machine. 100,000 Jin. Qin Fengyang's eyes looked at the few of them and said, Wanli Xiu, you go first. Everyone get ready. We'll test 2 rounds. Okay. Wanli Xiu took a step forward. In this position, use the mountain steps and concentrate all your strength. When you punch, you must hit the target. Understood. Wanli Xiu concentrated and suddenly got into a fighting stance. With a loud roar, her fist rushed out like a muffled thunder. The moment she punched, her beautiful hair suddenly flew back as if it was hit by a hurricane. Just by looking at this stance, Luo Lai, who was an expert in cultivation, immediately blurted out, Damn! This kind of momentum, even if it was a Xiantian cultivator, very few of them would be able to do it. Boom! Wanli Xiu heavily punched the bullseye. With a clang, the big iron ball that was hanging on the side suddenly bounced up. It was pulled up by a spring for 3.5 feet. It even stopped in the air for a moment before it fell down with a loud bang. At the side, Luo Lai's mouth suddenly opened wide as if he had seen a ghost. On the screen, the numbers rose and fell like a tide. Finally, it stopped at a number. 58,500 Jin. Li Chenglong, record. Qin Fengyang's voice was very rigid. It was neither sad nor happy. In the depths of his eyes, there was a deep sense of gratification. Some time ago, he had passed on the torch and burned himself. This kind of instilling without sparing any cost had produced good results. These people's foundation was good. Moreover, he had spared no expense in instilling them. Their starting point had already far surpassed other martial masters and even Xiantian cultivators. Qin Fengyang knew this in his heart. However, to be able to hit such a number was enough to prove Wanli Xiu's usual efforts. His instilling was not worthy of Qin Fengyang's pride. However, Wanli Xiu's own efforts made Qin Fengyang deeply feel that it was worth it. He was very gratified. In the end, he did not let down his efforts.
Yes.
Li Chenglong neatly recorded this number on a small piece of paper he had brought. Wanli Xiu, 58,500 Jin. Wanli Xiu maintained her punching posture. Her eyes were fixed on the screen. When the number stopped, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. A trace of regret flashed in her eyes. It still did not break through 60,000 Jin. Just a little bit more. What a pity. She sighed softly. Luo Lai opened his eyes wide. He looked at Wanli Xiu as if he had seen a ghost. What's wrong with this Wanli Xiao? Why does she look like she is not satisfied? Luo Lai was almost going crazy with this situation. Chapter 236. For ordinary martial arts school students, even if they reach the Xiantian realm or even the peak of the Xiantian realm, the most outstanding ones would only be able to reach a strength of 60,000 to 70,000. And for those who could reach that level, they would at least be at the peak of the Xiantian realm. They would be walking the path of thorns, or had already started walking the path of thorns, or had even finished walking the path of thorns. Oh, and there was another level. Only boys could do it. Girls. Since the establishment of the second high school, there had never been anyone who could reach such a strength in the Xiantian realm. Now, this girl in front of him could actually punch out a strength of 58,500 Jin when she was at the peak of the martial master realm and had yet to reach the Xiantian realm. Luo Lai suddenly understood. Why did Qin Fangyang have to be so cautious? For such a genius, even if he had to be more cautious, it was only right. Amazing! Amazing! Luo Lai clapped his hands and looked at Wanli Xiao with admiration from the bottom of his heart. You are indeed amazing. Teacher Qin, I, Luo Lai, am truly impressed by you. Qin Fangyang's mouth curved slightly. Admire? It was still too early for you to admire her now. Long Yusheng. Here. Go. Yes. Long Yusheng stepped forward and stood at the same position as Wanli Xiao. He looked at the target in front of him and took a deep breath. Then, he shouted and punched out. With a loud bang, the big metal ball bounced up 4.5 feet with a bang. It also stopped for a moment before falling down again. Luo Lai's eyes bulged. At this moment, a terrifying and absurd thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that these 6 people were all such geniuses? They all had similar strength? If he had not seen it with his own eyes and only heard about it, he would have thought that it was absurd. But the reality was right in front of him. His heart was filled with fear and shock. 83,700 Jin. Li Chenglong took out a small notebook to record. Long Yusheng heard this and widened his eyes. Looking at this number, he did not know if he was relieved or regretful. Wanli Xiao pouted and looked at Long Yusheng. This guy, he actually hit his strength? His usual performance was about the same, but now his performance in the strength test was so much better than mine?
Then,
Yu Moyan.
here.
Go. Another loud bang was heard. Li Chenglong's record, Yu Moyan, 82,700 Jin. Next was Li Zhangming, 82,000 caddies. Finally, it was Li Chenglong's turn. Swollen gathered all his strength into his hands. With a roar, he also threw out a punch and directly punched out an impressive value of 85,000 pounds. This number had astonishingly surpassed everyone present. At this moment, not only Luo Lai, but even Qin Fangyang looked over in astonishment. Long Yusheng and the others glared at him with dissatisfaction. Swollen was so arrogant now. They really wanted to beat him up. Seeing that his swollen vanity had been satisfied like never before, he opened his mouth wide and cupped his fists in a bow, laughing incomparably infuriatingly. Thank you for letting me win. Please excuse my ridicule. Qin Fangyang stood at the side with his arms crossed and said expressionlessly, Let's do it again and confirm that the data is accurate. Luo Lai hurriedly stopped him. Let's do it again later. Isn't there still one more? Zhou Xiaoduo hasn't tried yet. The previous 5 people, no matter which one it was, could already be considered an unprecedented peerless genius in Phoenix City. Luo Lai was really curious. As the leader of these 5 people, what level was Zhou Xiaoduo at now? Qin Fangyang ignored him and immediately ordered the second round to begin. Originally, they had to do it twice, but after Qin Fangyang looked at it twice, he muttered to himself and let them do it a third time. Long Yusheng and the others all did it 3 times and took the average of the 3 times as the final judging data. However, everyone's results were about the same as the first punch. The difference was similar. Qin Fangyang finally nodded. Then, it was Zhou Xiaoduo's turn to go on stage. Zhou Xiaoduo, you come to this machine. Qin Fangyang walked to the side of the embryonic breathing realm strength testing machine and patted it. Luo Lai's head was full of sweat. Teacher Chin, this machine has a starting point of 100,000. This is a testing machine that can only be done by at least the embryonic breathing realm. Even though Zhuo Xiaoduo is a peerless genius, but you don't have to worry about it. Just wait for the show. Qin Fengyang arranged for Zhuo Xiaoduo. Stand here and punch. Oh right, don't use any special martial arts to increase your attack power. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded and walked over step by step. He stood still and took a deep breath. His gaze became unprecedentedly sharp and focused on the little red on the target in front of him. The others were surprised to find that Zhuo Xiaoduo's whole body seemed to have swollen. His whole body seemed to have doubled in size.
Woof woof.
Zhuo Xiaoduo exhaled and let out a roar that sounded like thunder. It was a very imposing manner, but this sound almost made everyone's soul fly out of their bodies. Luo Lai, who was paying special attention to Zhuo Xiaoduo's movements, felt his scalp go numb and his back turn cold. He almost had an orgasm. Fuck, did he have to be so different? Even when he exhaled, it was a woof instead of a woof. However, at this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already lunged forward and punched. His fist was like a sledgehammer that could split the sky and earth. It smashed hard on the testing machine's target. With a loud bang, the entire testing machine was shaken back and forth by this huge impact. It made a cracking sound. The random big metal ball suddenly rose 4.5 feet and spun in the air. It stayed in the air for a full 3 seconds before falling down. Crash. The numbers on the screen were like a waterfall pouring down. Luo Lai subconsciously moved closer. At this moment, he felt that his eyes had gone blind. He shook his head and rubbed his eyes. He squeezed his eyes hard and moved closer to take a look. The numbers had not changed at all. They were shining brightly. Fuck. 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 Luo Lai said repeatedly. He only had one feeling now. What did I just see? Did I witness a miracle? Or was it a miracle? The numbers displayed on the screen were especially dazzling. It was 299,100 pounds. Long Yuxing and the rest were all stunned. Wan Lixio looked at the number that she had punched out, which was 58,500 pounds. She could not help but have the urge to cry. Was the difference so big? She had trained so hard and worked so hard day and night. In the end, the punch that she had punched out was not even a fraction of the other person's. Even if this person was Zhuo, it should not have been like this. Everyone present fell into a silent atmosphere. Even Qin Fengyang's pupils couldn't help but abruptly shrink. Although he already had some guesses about Zhuo Xiaoduo's current level, he was still shocked by this number. It was too high. It was unexpectedly high. In the martial master realm, he had actually punched out 299,100 pounds of attack power. What was the difference between this and an attack power of 300,000 pounds? No wonder. Qin Fengyang pondered in his heart. No wonder Zhuo Xiaoduo could use hidden weapons. Such a fragile hidden weapon made of jade could directly injure 2 embryonic breathing realm practitioners. Moreover, it penetrated deep into their muscles and damaged their meridians. If he did not have this kind of attack power, how could it be explained? Qin Fengyang's face was calm, as if this result was nothing special. He said indifferently, "Give me 2 more punches." All right. After 2 loud bangs, the number was fixed. The second punch, 298,700 pounds. When it came to the third punch, which was also the last punch, the final number was a terrifying 299,999 pounds. The big metal ball flew up 5 feet and spun rapidly at the top. It almost flew out. Luo Lai's eyes were dull as he muttered to himself, only 1 pound away from breaking the record. My God, such an eye-catching number. Are you writing a novel? Full of shock, he turned his head again and focused his attention on Zhuo Xiaoduo, the monster. He saw this guy walk to the middle of Long Yuxing and the other 4 people. He sighed sadly, failure. It actually did not reach 300,000 pounds. The starting number is only 2. Compared to your 5 and 8, it is far worse. I am very disappointed. The faces of the 5 people twitched as they looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo as if they wanted to eat him alive. At this moment, there were only 2 words in their minds. Despicable. How despicable can you be? They really did not want to bother with him and turned their heads. Despicable. Luo Lai cursed in his heart. He finally turned his head and patted the testing machine. He sighed. This testing machine is really good. Qin Fangyang rolled his eyes and thought to himself, how can it not be good? If there was even a little bit of slack, it would have exploded today. It is indeed not bad. Qin Fangyang said indifferently, the performance of the five of you is not far from my expectations. It can be considered as a pass. Zhuo Duo and the others nodded in unison, their faces filled with joy. Luo Lai turned his head away. His face was extremely twisted in a place where no one could see. He cursed in his heart, this is the fucking act tough king. I have lived my whole life, and today I have witnessed the birth of the second high school's act tough king. Qin Fangyang's acting tough is enough to be written into the second high school's textbooks. He has produced a group of unprecedented geniuses. One of them might even be a peerless demon in the entire continent. But from his mouth, he only said, it's considered a pass. What the fuck? I feel like I'm going to go crazy. Luo Lai swallowed the inexplicable vulgarities that were about to come out of his mouth. He tried his best to restrain the urge to rush up and beat Qin Fangyang up. I can't go up. I can't beat him. I want to act tough like this for once in my life. Luo Lai complained in his heart. I guess the chances are slim, da. Today's results only represent the hard work you have put in the past. Qin Fangyang said, remember your own values and go back to practice. You can go directly to the gravity room. Zhuo Duo, you can enter the 50x gravity room now. Yes, Teacher Qin. Don't forget to wear weights. Yes. Got it. All of you can leave now. Qin Fangyang waved his hand and shooed the 6 of them out as if he was shooing flies. He closed the door and turned around. Luo Lai's eyes were filled with complex emotions. There was envy, jealousy, longing, jealousy. Qin Fangyang could see it all. Old Luo, how was it? The students had already left, so Qin Fangyang did not continue to hold on. He shrugged his shoulders and grinned. He smiled at Luo Lai. These few students of mine, do you think they are still passable? I'm ashamed to say that with my teaching standards, this is the best I can do. Qin Fangyang sighed. I'm ashamed. Chapter 237. Qin Fangyang. Luo Lai gritted his teeth. I've seen countless people acting tough in my life, and I've also seen countless people showing off. However, I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat you, I would definitely beat you to death. Old Luo was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. If he could train such a student, he would be able to brag about it for the rest of his life. Qin Fangyang had taught 6 of them in one go, and one of them might even be the only one in the entire continent. He still had to act so indifferent. If he wasn't the act tough king, then what was? And that's all he could do? Old thing. Luo Lai felt that his envy and jealousy had become twisted. When he looked at Qin Fangyang again, he felt that he was not pleasing to the eye. Old Luo, this kind of thing depends on fate and luck. You can do it. Qin Fangyang patted Luo Lai's shoulder. I believe in you. Under your guidance, such geniuses will spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain, endless and unending. You don't know how troublesome and tiring it is to teach a student like Zhuo Duo. At any time, anywhere, you have to be on guard against his sudden outburst of arrogance. Qin Fangyang acted as if he could not bear to look back on the past and sighed. It's tiring. Luo Lai exposed him in disdain. Keep pretending, keep pretending. If I could have such a student, I'd be willing even if it was 10 times more tiring than you. Yes, you're right. So whether it's Zhuo Duo or the others, I can't give them to you. Qin Fangyang patted Luo Lai's shoulder. Old Luo, don't be envious. Even if you're envious, it's useless. Luo Lai was furious. Who's envious? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He scolded. Your students have all left. Why aren't you leaving? What are you doing here? Qin Fangyang smiled. I'm trying to console you. I don't need your consolation. I'm afraid you're jealous. I'm not jealous. Who's the bastard who told others about what happened today? Whoever said that is a bastard. And that's settled then. Qin Fangyang waved his hand. Let's go, let's go. Watching Qin Fangyang walk further and further away, Luo Lai couldn't help but spit and murmured, I knew you old bastard wouldn't be at ease. Even at the last sentence, you still wanted to dig a hole for me. Do you think I'm stupid? How could I tell anyone about such an important matter? I'm doing this for the good of those kids. Qin Fangyang, aren't you looking down on others too much? That morning, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others were still sweating profusely in the gravity room. In Phoenix City, even though the pressure was as heavy as it was now, and Star Shield was hanging high like a sword, there was still an unprecedented jubilation. Especially on the internet, it was like a boiling pot. There was no other reason. Just last night, Gu Luoyan had arrived at Antai City, which was only a few hundred li away from Phoenix City. Gu Luoyan will hold a concert tour in Antai City as scheduled. Today was the first day of Gu Luoyan's concert. Gu Luoyan's stay in Antai City was very short, only 3 days in total. Many of Gu Luoyan's fans were discussing enthusiastically. Those who could afford it even began to call their friends and rush to Antai City. Zhou Changlu and Wu Taijiang looked at the people on the street who were discussing enthusiastically. They couldn't help but be confused and confused. When did a singer become so popular? Wu Taijiang scratched his head with his carrot-like fingers. He was very confused. Don't let Xiao Nan hear you. Xiao Xiongnan is this girl's fan. Zhou Changlu smiled. Xiao Xiongnan is really old. Doesn't he know how old he is? Wu Taijiang snorted. Zhou Changlu snorted and said, if I'm not wrong, Gu Luoyan's destination is definitely not Antai City. It's definitely Phoenix City. Zhou Changlu rolled his eyes. Taijiang, let's make a bet. If this girl doesn't come to Phoenix City, I'll be your follower from now on. If she comes, you'll lose something to me. How about it? Zhou Changlu seemed to suddenly think of something. He was very interested in the bet. Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes. Boss, what do you like about me? Can you not trick me? If you're not sure about something, will you bet with others? Zhou Changlu was displeased. Am I that kind of person? I think you can be more confident and get rid of the ah. Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes. Back then, because our people were caught by the raging fire, you came forward and made a bet with the raging fire witch. You claimed that as long as you lost, you would give the sun-moon pass to others. If you won, you didn't want anything else but a person. In the end, that idiot bet with you like an idiot. Then he was tricked by you and never appeared again. How many years has it been? Even someone like Lai Hua could be tricked by you like that. If I still dare to bet with you, I'm just looking for trouble and depression for myself. Zhou Changlu touched his nose and said, what are you talking about? I didn't expect Lai Hua to agree without thinking. Wu Taijiang, forget it. Do you dare to say that you didn't plan that bet long ago? Of course it was planned. How could I not plan it well? Zhou Changlu stared and said, if I wasn't 100% sure, how could I bet on the sun-moon pass? Are you kidding me? But Lai Hua was tricked by you. He even thought that he took advantage of you. That's his wishful thinking. Wu Taijiang thought and suddenly laughed. Back then, we were captured by more than 3,000 people, but you only wanted one person. I guess Lai Hua must have thought that there was something wrong with your brain. In the end, after you won, you didn't want any of our people. You only wanted the wife of Lai Hua to accompany you for a drink, a song, and a dance. Wu Taijiang slapped his thigh and almost burst into tears. Then, in front of millions of troops on both sides, you chased after Lai Hua for his wife. However, Lai Hua couldn't say anything. The bet was a person, but there was no stipulation on who it was. Later, Lai Hua found a middleman and almost begged you to release all of our people. He even compensated you with 10 rings filled with 100 cubic meters of things. Only then did he redeem his wife. He made a bet with others and then lost his wife. From then on, Lai Hua became the laughingstock of the entire Umno alliance. That guy was also a person who cared about his face. He didn't appear at all. It was equivalent to eliminating two big enemies for us at once. Lai Hua and his wife, huh? The more Wu Taijiang talked, the happier he was. Zhuo Changlu stopped him several times, but Wu Taijiang turned a deaf ear. This matter was so funny and so satisfying. Every time Wu Taijiang talked about it, he had to finish it. Otherwise, his thoughts wouldn't be clear and he wouldn't feel good. According to Wu Taijiang, he could talk about this joke for the rest of his life. He was counting on this joke to survive. Brothers Hua, just say it. What else do you want? Just say it. Anyway, I won't bet with you. Wu Taijiang said seriously, for what you have done over the years, I, Wu Taijiang, admire you from the bottom of my heart. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. You really want to give it to me? Zhuo Changlu's smile was very sly. I'll give it to you, Wu Taijiang said firmly. Well, Xiaoyan's defense is still SOSO. Zhuo Changlu said, go to your aunt and take her clothes. Puff. Wu Taijiang spat out a mouthful of tea on the street. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Zhuo Changlu pinched his philtrum and kicked him, but he didn't wake up. Wu Taijiang was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. So what if he fainted? Just you wait. Zhuo Changlu was furious. Wu Taijiang, I told you to eat every day and not do anything. It's just a piece of clothing. You. Wu Taijiang opened his eyes and said angrily, if you want that piece of clothing, why don't you go get it yourself? Go find my aunt and take it off for her. You want me to go? How many lives do you think I have? Zhuo Changlu was also angry. Me? Go by myself? How many lives do you think I have? Cough, cough, cough. Wu Taijiang coughed. Yes, brothers Wu didn't have it easy either. The two stopped talking and thought about their own problems. After a long time, they sighed at the same time, feeling a little dispirited. Oh right, why did Gu Luoyan come to Phoenix City? Wu Taijiang asked casually. She might not have wanted to come. Zhuo Changlu sighed softly and said lightly, but it's possible. Now is the time when the wind and clouds are gathering. Gu Luoyan is also a phoenix. Since the wind and clouds are gathering, even if she doesn't want to come, she will be pushed here. She just came to see who's better and who's worse. Zhuo Changlu smiled helplessly. You know, when dragons meet, I'm afraid they won't pay attention to each other. It's normal for them to brush past each other. But when phoenixes meet, there must be a winner. Let's see if your daughter can win. Wu Taijiang curled his lips and suddenly had a thought. Brothers Hua, is your daughter the daughter of you and my aunt? Then you brought her here. Hoo-hoo. Before he could finish, Zhuo Changlu covered his mouth and said sternly in a low voice, bullshit. How can you say that? Wu Taijiang almost suffocated. When Zhuo Changlu finally let go, Wu Taijiang was panting, but his face was full of fear. Hurry up and get to work. Zhuo Changlu didn't dare to chat with this guy anymore. You call that a fucking mouth? How dare you talk about everything? After you're done hammering, you should hurry up and leave. I'm seeing more and more of you now. You call that a fucking mouth? Zhuo Changlu had a headache. If something happened to him, it would be troublesome, super troublesome. While Zhuo Changlu and Wu Taijiang were chatting, Meng Tianyue's dinner party finally welcomed guests. The whole Teng family was dressed up and came to the banquet in advance. Chapter 238. Cloud Pavilion was located next to the Ming family's headquarters. Teng Guangyuan was pleasantly surprised to find that when his family arrived, Meng Tianyu's family was already waiting at the entrance. Ha 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 ha. Brother Teng, long time no see. Meng Tianyu's enthusiasm made Teng Guangyuan feel as though he was in a dream. He was so surprised that he was about to go silly. For a while, he could not help but smile. Shaking his fat body, he quickly ran over and extended his hands from a distance. His fat face bloomed like a flower. Chief Ming, Chief Ming, Chief Ming, ha ha. You are too polite, too polite. Meng Tian had a scholarly air with a kind smile on his face. On the other side, Tang Hao looked at the outstanding beauty Meng Chenyu. His eyes were glued to her, and he could not take his eyes off her. Meng Chenyu frowned, her face filled with disgust. Please, please, Please. You are an honored guest today. This must be younger sister, right? Haha, younger sister and my brother truly are a match made in heaven. Please, please, let us speak inside. The Ming family warmly invited the Tang family into Cloud Pavilion. They sat in the elevator and went straight to the top floor. Although Teng Guangyuan was the head of a bureau and had a bit of authority, when had he ever received such treatment in his life? The elevator slowly ascended, and Phoenix City appeared before their eyes one floor at a time. Teng Guangyuan's face was reserved, as though he had already become accustomed to this. Introducing this and that to his son and wife, he acted as though he was passing judgment. What did they see on this floor? What did they see this time? What did they see on the next floor? This is a true sightseeing elevator. It is intimately connected with all the surrounding buildings. Only the corresponding scenery can be seen on each floor. Layers upon layers of power were intense to the extreme. But at the top floor, the scenery is limitless. Legend has it that there was once a poet who wrote a poem specifically for this elevator. Teng Guangyuan recited, thousands of sceneries, tens of thousands of styles. Each floor has its own view, and this is the only building in the clouds. Smiling, he said, this is Cloud Pavilion. It can be said to be second to none in our Phoenix City. It is the most high-end place. This was also the first time the mother and son had seen such a scene. Their eyes were completely dazzled, and they repeatedly exclaimed in admiration. Meng Qinyu, however, felt even more impatient. Is there something wrong with my father's brain? Why did he attract these three bumpkins? Looking at the way this country bumpkin entered the city, it was really the top floor of the Yunduan Pavilion was a huge space. There were already more than a dozen people in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor, leisurely drinking coffee or sipping red wine as they watched the magnificent scenery. They were Master Feng and the other Qi-gazers. Meng Tianyue did not look in that direction. She was still eagerly greeting the Tang family and enthusiastically leading them to the table in the middle. As soon as they sat down, a clatter was heard around the table, and a curtain made of fist-sized pearls fell and fluttered around them. For a moment, the light refracted the pearls, making them look like a dream. Teng Guangyuan's wife couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes already filled with intoxication. Bring the wine. Meng Tianyue clapped her hands. At this moment, Master Feng, who was sitting by the window, suddenly widened his eyes and turned pale. Sitting here, his mission was to look again and confirm Tang Hao's identity. Now that he saw it clearly, he was almost scared out of his wits. No, that's not it. He found the wrong person. The young man he saw today and the young man he saw that day were two completely different people. What was going on? Master Feng's face was covered in cold sweat, and the people around him also looked over. After all, they had also seen the Teng Hao from that day. Brother Feng, this doesn't seem right. It was unknown whether the person who spoke was worried, surprised, or taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. That day, it clearly wasn't this kid. Could it be that Chief Ming found the wrong person? This shouldn't be. Inside, the dishes had already begun to be served. Meng Tianyue appeared to be even more amiable, attentively giving way to others. The sounds of laughter and chatter continued, toasting and toasting each other. The entire atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. As for Meng Qintian, he furrowed his brow. Looking at Tang Hao's uneasy face, he especially looked at Meng Chunyu's intoxicated and self-inferior face. This was not right, right? This kind of person had great fortune on him? Smiling, he stood up and apologetically said, I have a phone call. Please go ahead. Please go ahead. Tang Guangyuan hurriedly smiled apologetically. Meng Qintian took out his phone and placed it next to his ear. Then he walked out of the curtain and walked towards Master Feng and the others. Before he reached Master Feng, he saw his pale face. His heart immediately skipped a beat. Quickly walking over, he lowered his voice and asked, What happened? It's not. Beads of sweat appeared on Master Feng's face. This is not the person I was talking about. It's not? Meng Qintian's eyes widened. But this Tang Hao, there's only one in the school, this kid. And Teng Guangyuan also only has this one son. It's really not the one I was talking about. Master Feng was already on the verge of tears. This mistake was not small. He had instructed the Meng family to look for the wrong person. Meng Qintian's face immediately became gloomy. Then who is it? I also don't know. Master Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. The tongue how I saw that day was definitely not the young man in front of me. His heart was filled with hatred. That bastard I met that day actually gave me a fake name and a fake school. Just what kind of deep grudge do I have with you? I've only just arrived at Phoenix City, and you've already dug such a huge pit for me. This pit is going to kill me. Meng Chuntian's gaze instantly became like a poisonous snake. What do you mean? Master Feng was on the verge of tears. That day, I really met an extraordinary young man. Yes, there are others who can testify. The three of you. You have to testify for me. That day, I really met one, and then the other three also had sweat on their foreheads. Helpless, they stood up and stammered. It's true. That day, I really met such a young man. And then Brother Feng. He explained everything that happened that day in detail, but in his heart, he already hated this Master Feng to the core. You fucker. That day, you flirted with him with your cheap mouth, but you didn't know that you were flirted with by him. Today, you even dragged us into this pit. Now that you've made a fool of yourself, how are you going to clean up this mess? Are you sure? Meng Qintian also felt sick and tired. He had always maintained good self-restraint, but at this moment, it was on the verge of collapse. His handsome face was somewhat distorted, and his demeanor was gone. The Qi Watchers were ready, and all the tools were ready. The Ning clan was also ready to cooperate. All the experts of the two clans were ready. They were just waiting for the blood to be drawn, and then they would act separately. But at this juncture, you're telling me that you found the wrong person. That means you're wrong from the root. Fuck your mother. Fuck your mother. I'm sure. It's not. Master Feng no longer dared to look at Meng Qintian's face. His face was probably starting to smoke, right? Meng Qintian did not say another word. He turned around and walked back. Master Feng, on the other hand, seemed to have collapsed as he sat down on his butt. He only felt his entire body turn cold and was trembling nonstop. The others all looked at him with resentment, but Master Feng couldn't care less. He was only thinking about one thing. This time, would he be able to walk out of Phoenix City alive? Meng Chuntian walked through the curtain and whispered a few words into Meng Tianyue's ear. Meng Tianyue's face immediately changed. She raised her cup and stared blankly for a moment. Her eyes instantly turned gloomy. She then put down her cup and walked out with a gloomy face. She actually didn't say anything to Deputy Bureau Chief Tung, who was still enthusiastically chatting with her and calling her brother just a moment ago. Tung Guangyuan was full of smiles as he raised his wine cup with both hands. But when he saw Meng Tianyue suddenly stand up and leave, he naturally couldn't help but be stunned. This was a bit rude, right? He smiled embarrassedly and sat back down on his chair as if nothing had happened. He thought to himself, rich people have bad tempers. 3 seconds ago, they were calling me brother intimately. Meng Tianyue quickly walked out of the curtain and walked towards Master Feng with large strides. Master Feng was already weak all over, like a sow sifting through chaff. Looking at Meng Tianyue's wolf-like steps, he was so scared that he almost peed in his pants. It's not? How could it not be? Meng Tianyue's expression was like a storm. No,
It's not.
it's really not. It's really not. Meng Tianyue nodded. She stretched out her finger and pointed at Master Feng's face, then pointed again. She then took a deep breath, turned around and walked back. Master Feng sat down and felt his whole body stiffen. There were only 2 words left in his mind. It's over. It's over. It's over. Meng Tianyue walked all the way back. Her footsteps became heavier and heavier, and her expression became gloomier and gloomier. Suddenly, all the negative emotions that had been accumulated during this period of time exploded. This place was on fire. This place was robbed. This place was killed. This place was suddenly killed. This place was swept away. Every day, no, almost every hour, there was a lot of bad news coming in. Out of his own children, 14 of them had been confirmed dead until today. Today, he thought that he had grasped onto a life-saving straw and was actively preparing for it, but it turned out to be a fake. A fake. And it was really like a stone sinking into the sea. I have been preparing for it the whole night and the whole day. I have been smiling apologetically until now. My face is stiff. I have never been so aggrieved in my life. Who do you think I, Meng Tianyue, am? Meng Tianyue finally could not hold it in anymore. She had just walked through the curtain, but she really let out a roar that had been suppressed to the extreme. It was like a wolf king that had been betrayed and left at the end of the road, letting out a final howl. Chapter 239. Big Brother Ming, what's wrong with you? Deputy Bureau Chief Tung, who had no idea what was going on, tried to persuade her with a smile. Calm down, calm down. Obviously, this Deputy Bureau Chief Tung, who thought he was a big shot, really thought too highly of himself. Meng Tianyu breathed heavily and stared at Tang Guangyuan's face. After a while, she suddenly squeezed out a vicious smile and said word by word, "Who do you think you are? How dare you call me Big Brother Ming? Do you deserve it?" Ting Guangyuan was stunned. His red and fat face turned pale as he stared at Meng Tianyu. Tang Guangyuan naturally didn't deserve to call him Big Brother Ming based on his inherent knowledge and status. However, it was you, the richest man in the world, who condescended to show your sincerity by repeatedly calling him younger brother. Only then did you call him Big Brother Ming. You have been calling him Big Brother Ming all this while? Why did you suddenly change your attitude? Deputy Bureau Chief Ting really didn't know how to react. Just when Deputy Bureau Chief Tong was at a loss, he suddenly felt a cold sensation on his face. A glass of wine was splashed on his face, dripping down. You motherfucker! Meng Tianyu's suppressed emotions finally exploded. She slammed the table and cursed. Who do you think you are? You damned fatty who was struck by lightning. What qualifications do you have to stand in front of me? Do you know who I am? Fuck you. Damn fatty. Trash. Bastard. Your whole family is bastards. Do you know? Bastard. Huh. Meng Tianyue picked up a big bowl of fish soup and smashed it on Tang Guangyuan's face. Then, all kinds of dishes were placed on the face of Tang Guangyuan, who was just a little brother to Tang Guangyuan. She cursed while smashing his face. She cursed viciously. What dirty. What evil. She chose these words to curse. Ting Guangyuan stood there and was stunned. It was not that he did not want to dodge, but he did not expect such a reversal. His mind was in a daze. He was still thinking, what is going on? From the time he asked me out last night until now, he had been so affectionate the entire time. What was going on? It wasn't until the 13th dish hit his face that Tang Guangyuan came to his senses. He hurriedly wiped his face and said angrily, "What are you doing?" As for his wife and son, they were still in a state of shock and stupefaction. He was like a duck that had been struck dumb by lightning. He didn't know what was going on at all. How did things change so suddenly? He didn't know how to deal with it and how to face it. Meng Tianyu had gone completely mad. Because of this sudden outburst of emotions, he could no longer control himself. He cursed loudly while grabbing Ting Guangyuan's hair and fiercely pulled him over. Then, he slapped Ting Guangyuan's face. Pa! The juice splattered everywhere. Meng Tianyu's hands also became greasy. The moment the disgusting greasy feeling touched his hands, Meng Tianyu became even more furious. He slapped Ting Guangyuan again and again. Motherfucker, motherfucker, motherfucker. How dare you dirty my hands? You are a maggot in a dung pit. You are a cuckold son of a bitch. At this moment, Tang Hao finally reacted. He roared and said angrily, "Stop! What right do you have to hit my dad? What right do I have to hit your dad?" Meng Tianyu was stunned. Then, he roared again, "Because I am rich. Because I am the richest man in Phoenix City. Hit your dad? So what if I hit your dad? So what if I hit your dad? If I hit him, would he dare to hit me back? Would he dare?" He shook Ting Guangyuan's head and laughed. "Do you dare to hit me back? Tell your son. Do you dare? Talk to me. Do you dare to hit me back? Tang Guangyuan was really beaten senseless this time, but he was still very clear about one thing. Although he didn't understand what was going on today that caused the current situation to take a turn for the worse, one thing was certain. Today, he and his family were facing a life and death crisis. If something went wrong, it would be difficult to save the lives of the entire family. Hearing Meng Tianyu's words, Tang Guangyuan shook his head and forced a smile. No, I don't dare. You don't dare to hit me back? Meng Tianyu slapped him again. Tang Guangyuan's mouth was bleeding, but he still shook his head and said humbly, I don't dare. Another slap. Meng Tianyu asked in a tyrannical tone, Did I hit you well? Answer me. You hit me well. You hit me well. Pa, is it good for me to hit you? Great. Pa, did you feel good when I hit you? Yes. Meng Tianyu laughed and said fiercely, Since you feel good, kneel down. Kneel down. Ting Guangyuan knelt down. As he knelt, blood came out of his mouth. He anxiously called out to his wife and son, Kneel. Kneel. Quickly kneel.
Kneel and kowtow.
The family of 3 knelt in front of Meng Tianyu and kowtowed. Chief Meng, you are a great person. It was I, Ting Guangyuan, who was wrong. I was wrong. I should not have. Please let our family go. Meng Tianyu was panting heavily, looking at the family of 3 who were kowtowing to her. A tyrannical pleasure arose spontaneously. With red eyes, she grabbed Ting Guangyuan and laughed out loud. I let you go? Who let me go? Who let me go? Meng Tianyu shouted and punched and kicked herself. After a long, long time, she sternly said, Drag him out. Drag him out. Drag him out and continue hitting him. Once you are done, throw him out. Then he sat down on a chair, exhausted. Panting, his expression was dispirited and dazed. Ever since Meng Tianyu's father had gone crazy, she had also fallen into a daze like the members of the Ting family. She had truly been completely dumbfounded. She had lived for so long, but she had never seen her father lose his temper like this before. This was definitely the first time something like this had happened. Seeing that Meng Tianyu had finally stopped moving, she waited for her to calm down before timidly asking, Dad, what happened? Meng Tianyu felt her anger dissipate like a tide. Her entire body felt weak and empty. Struggling to wave her hand, she muttered, I'm fine. Looking at the family of 3 being dragged out, she waved her hand and tiredly said, Give them a beating and throw them out. Don't beat them to death. Today's matter, in the end, did not have the slightest relation to this family of 3. Their family was the one who had suffered an unexpected calamity, a calamity from the heavens. The Star Shield administration was currently in Phoenix City. If she killed a deputy director who was still in office, the trouble that would follow would not be small. There would be many loose ends that would need to be taken care of. Now was a critical moment. It was better to have one less problem. Thinking of this, Meng Tianyu could not help but feel some regret. Just now, she really should not have lost her temper like this. Ding ling ling. A cell phone rang. Dad, a phone call for you. Meng Qinyu handed over the phone. The caller ID flickered, and the name Ning Suifeng entered her eyes. Meng Tianyu lay in her chair, exhausted. Her eyes stared at this name for a long time before she bitterly smiled and picked up the phone. On the other side, Ning Suifeng's voice was a bit urgent. Brother Meng, when will we begin? Meng Tianyu was speechless for a while. Hearing the hopeful tone, she did not know what to say. After a long time, she let out a long sigh and quietly said, Brother Ning, you found the wrong person. This Tung Hao is not the target. The other side of the phone also fell silent. It was as though even breathing had stopped at this moment. After a while, Ning Suifeng's voice was hoarse to the extreme. Not the target? Brother Meng, this. What do you mean by not the target? The meaning is, this Ting Hao is not the person we are looking for. Forcing it is completely useless. After saying this, Meng Tianyu closed her eyes. The current him was truly physically and mentally exhausted. He had a feeling that he did not want to do anything and did not want to care about anything. He wanted to immediately wander the world and end his life. He truly was too tired. Ning Suifeng said a few more things, but Meng Tianyu's hand had already dropped. The phone fell to the ground with a clang, and her face was extremely pale. She stood up shakily and muttered, "Chinun, I will leave this matter to you to manage." Yes. Meng Tianyu walked out shakily with her head lowered. At this moment, this tycoon who had once commanded the winds and clouds of the Central Plains, the richest man in Phoenix City, was like an old man about to enter the coffin. She was filled with a sense of decay and bleakness. "Dad," Meng Chinyu worriedly called out. Following this, she anxiously chased after him. Meng Tian's face was gloomy as he arrived at the window. Facing Master Feng and the others, he spoke with a voice that did not allow for any questioning. "Now, the four of you, go out immediately and find that person. No matter what method you use, you must find that person. I will tell you clearly, if you cannot find him, your entire family, no one should even think about living." Meng Tian's gaze was like a poisonous snake, coldly sweeping past, even if it is a dog, a chicken, or an ant. "Don't even think about being lucky." Master Feng stood up shakily. "Young Master Meng, go." Meng Tian pointed at the door. "I will only give you one day. At this time tomorrow, either you bring that person here, or I will take your heads and go find your entire family to settle the score. Now, immediately, get out and search." A few Qi-gazing warriors immediately rushed out in panic. "And you guys," Meng Tian pointed at the remaining Qi watchers who were rejoicing that this had nothing to do with them. "All of you, go. What is the point of keeping you? All of you, go out and search. If you can't find him, you will all die." A Qi watcher mustered up his courage and said, "Young Master Meng, this matter has nothing to do with us." "Nothing to do with us?" Meng Tian's face was gloomy. He suddenly turned his head and suddenly stretched out his hand. With a light crack, he had already pulled off the head of the person who was 7 meters away. Tossing it up and down in his hand, he sneered, "Now, does it have anything to do with us?" Chapter 240. Yes.
Yes.
The other Qi watchers were scared out of their wits. "Then why aren't you scrambling to find him?" Meng Tian shouted. The few Qi watchers were scared witless as they rushed out. Each of them had pale faces. Fuck. Just a moment ago, they were all guests of honor. But now, they were even worse than dogs. Everyone's first thought was to hate Master Feng to the core. Is there something wrong with this Feng guy's brain? Originally, it was fine, but you just had to say something like that and cause trouble for everyone. Now, where are we going to find him? In a city with 3 to 4 million people, finding one person is like finding a needle in a haystack. Is this even a job for a human? We don't know his appearance. We only know that he is 17 or 18 years old. We don't know his surname, his name, where he lives, and even where he goes to school. Even if it's Starshield, there's nothing they can do about it. Isn't this just asking for our lives? Then, everyone was shrouded in fear. This Meng Tian is too ruthless. He is a completely different person from his usual self. The scene just now was as sinister as an evil spirit, as ruthless as a demon. He did not seem like a normal person at all. At the entrance of Yunduan Pavilion, 3 people who were beaten so badly that their faces could not be seen were thrown out by the people in the pavilion. The moment they landed, blood splattered far away. These 3 people's injuries were not light. They were already on the verge of death. The passers-by who passed by Yunduan Pavilion were all shocked. They all scattered far away. No one dared to go forward to check. The people who were beaten up by Yunduan Pavilion must have offended the Ming Corporation. In Phoenix City, there were not many people who dared to offend the Ming Corporation. After a long time, Teng Guangyuan finally woke up from his coma. He crawled to his feet and used 2 fingers to pry open his swollen eyelids. He looked left and right. His son and wife were still alive. Repeatedly kowtowing was still useful in the end. The situation just now in Ming Tianyue's expression let Ting Guangyuan know that if he retorted, his family of 3 would be dead on the spot. Help. Ting Guangyuan heaved a sigh of relief and began to call for help. God bless him. He didn't die. Ming Tianyue. Fuck your ancestors. You humiliated me like this today. Tormented me like this. What did I do wrong? Why are you doing this? I worked so hard for the Ming group, and this is what I get in return. You invited me over so enthusiastically just to humiliate me? Just to humiliate me in front of my wife and son? Hit me? I'm not done with you. Does your Ming group have information on me? Do you have something on me? Don't tell me that I don't have your weaknesses. If the worst comes to worst, we'll just break up and destroy each other. I'm barefooted, so why should I be afraid of you guys who are wearing shoes? Help! Tang Guangyuan shouted again with all his might. We dined and dashed. We didn't bring any money. We were beaten up badly. Can someone please call an ambulance? It was lunchtime. The cafeteria. Wan Lixiu generously placed a clean basket on the table. Master, please make 100 steamed buns. She handed over her meal card. Also, give me 2 bowls of meat, 10 big bones, 2 cans of chili sauce, a bowl of soup, 10 cucumbers, and 4 plates of vegetables. Any kind of vegetables will do. Just serve them as you see fit. Behind the window, the chubby master stared at the basket that might have been used to harvest pigweed at home. He subconsciously twitched, and then began to stack the steamed buns in rows. After all, he was the master of the martial arts school cafeteria. He had seen a lot of the world. The appetite of martial cultivators was far above that of ordinary people, and it was even more so for those who were at a certain stage. Even if this girl's appetite was a bit excessive, it was still acceptable. Behind her, behind Wan Lixiu, Long Yuxing, Li Qinglong, and Yu Moyan were all carrying large baskets of steamed buns. In the kitchen, a few big men were working hard to knead dough. Fuck me. What kind of sin did I commit in my previous life? Why am I assigned to knead steamed buns in the second high school cafeteria? This demand is killing me. Duong. There was a sound of someone going up the stairs. The person had not arrived, but the voice had arrived first. I want 150 steamed buns, 10 big bones, 2 bowls of meat, 5 cans of chili sauce. Oh my God. You guys hurry up. You can eat so much. Are you all pigs? Why do you all want to eat in groups? It was Master Zhua. Wan Lixiu had already spat a few mouthfuls of saliva on the steamed buns in front of her. Puff, puff, puff. Then she looked at Zhua Xiaoduo proudly. Are you going to snatch it? Zhua Xiaoduo, who was about to show off his power and reach out to grab the steamed buns, suddenly widened his eyes and jumped 3 feet high. Fuck, Wan Lixiu, you are good. You have balls. It's not easy to come up with such an idea. You wait. You and Long Yuxing better be careful. Wait for your master, Zhua. Long Yuxing's little face suddenly fell. What does this have to do with me? Your wife angered me. Of course it has something to do with you. Zhua Xiaoduo watched Wan Lixiu's steamed buns piling up higher and higher. He swallowed his saliva and felt more and more hungry. I didn't expect you, Wan Lixiu, the daughter of the governor and the daughter of a rich family, to be so vicious. You actually dared to spit saliva on the steamed buns. You are really something. Zhua Xiaoduo was still indignant. If I didn't, you would snatch it. Who doesn't know your character? Wan Lixiu said disdainfully. Then she handed over her meal card. Master, give me another 120 steamed buns. She even spat saliva on Long Yuxing's steamed buns. She was proud and high-spirited. Zhua Xiaoduo was fuming with anger, jumping up and down. Okay. You wait. Long Yuxing, as a man, you actually ate steamed buns that were spat saliva on. I feel ashamed for you. How can you? Disgusting. Long Yuxing rolled his eyes. That's my wife's saliva. I don't dislike it at all. Zhua Xiaoduo's anger had nowhere to vent. Yu Moyan, Li Zhongming, and Li Qinglong were also speechless. They were so hungry that their eyes were green. Now they had to eat a mouthful of dog food before they could get food. Wan Lixiu turned around and asked Yu Moyan and the other 2, Do you want me to get food for you? Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately looked at the three of them as if he wanted to eat them. He gritted his teeth. Yu Moyan immediately shivered. No, Zhuo. You go first. Li Zhangming was also angry, but didn't dare to say anything. Zhuo walked up majestically and took over Wan Lixio's position. 150. No, I'm angry today. 170. Only the knowledgeable Li Qinglong's brain worked the fastest. He said, Zhuo, you're usually quite smart. Why are you doing such a stupid thing now? Who are you? You're the famous master Zhuo in Phoenix City. As long as you say the word, those who want to ask you to read their fortune will prepare a lot of food. But you still want to fight with us for food. It's beneath your status, it's beneath your style, and it's a loss of the atmosphere. Sigh. It's too horrible to look at, too horrible to look at. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. Huh. Swollen had a point. He would take some time out every afternoon to read people's fortune. As long as he spread the word, he believed that there would be a lot of people coming to him with delicious food. He could combine eating and reading at the same time. It would save him a lot of time, and he wouldn't have to fight with these people for food. This was something he could consider. But he had to wait until after today's meal. He would think about it then. The big table that could accommodate 20 people was occupied by Zhuo Xiaoduo and the other 5 people. The steamed buns on the table were piled up like a small mountain. Together with all kinds of meat dishes, it was a dazzling sight. If it were someone who didn't know the situation, they would think that this family could eat a year's worth of food. The 6 of them ate without saying a word. They all lowered their heads and stuffed the steamed buns into their mouths one by one. The scene could only be described in one sentence. 6 hungry ghosts reincarnated. When everyone had eaten 70 to 80 steamed buns, the atmosphere at the table began to thaw. By the way, the day after tomorrow is my birthday. Wan Lixio said, it just so happens that my dad hasn't been very happy recently. Why don't we all come to my house and have some fun? I'll consider it an invitation to you. Zhuo Xiaoduo vigilantly covered his wallet and said, let's make it clear first. I don't have a monetary gift for you, let alone a gift. Wan Lixio was speechless. Zhuo, you're now a person who earns more than 1,000,000 yuan a day. Can you not be so stingy? Being stingy is my virtue. Zhuo Xiaoduo was not ashamed. Instead, he was proud. You're not stingy, he's not stingy, you're not stingy. If I'm not stingy, then wouldn't we be taken advantage of for nothing? The other 5 people snorted in disdain. The level of shamelessness of these words could be said to be the highest in the world. Zhuo, it's just a birthday gift. Yu Moyan reminded him, hinting at something. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't notice. He said majestically, I never give gifts to people. I never give gifts to women. Hey? Yes. I never give gifts to women, unless that woman is my wife. Zhuo Xiaoduo found that he had found a reason. For a moment, he was proud. That's why I can't give Xiao a gift. It's fine if you don't have a gift. Wan Lixio snorted and said, if you have a gift, then just do it. If you don't have a gift, then just perform a show to liven things up. How about it? Long Yuxing hurriedly raised his hand. I have a gift. After that, he looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with disdain. Yu Moyan raised his hand. I have a gift too. Then, he looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with disdain. Li Changming and Li Qinglong said in unison, I'll prepare a gift. Then, they looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with disdain. Zhuo Xiaoduo hesitated for a long time. It was difficult for him to choose between his wallet and his face. In the end, he felt that face was nothing. Can face be exchanged for money? Zhuo Xiaoduo. What's the use of face? When he thought of this, he suddenly felt enlightened. He said, I've decided. I'll prepare a small show. Chapter 241. Zhuo was proud of himself as he faced the disdainful gazes. He secretly gave himself a thumbs up in his heart for being so quick-witted. I'm so quick-witted. I've saved myself another few 100,000. Zhuo Xiaoduo made up his mind and suddenly felt that he was in the right. His reasons became more and more overwhelming as he said, It's Xiao Er's birthday. It's not right for so many of us to perform a show. You cowards only know how to spend money and nothing else. I'll have to personally carry out this great task. This guy was actually looking down on others. Suddenly, 5 pairs of eyes rolled at the same time. This miser would rather perform a show than give a gift. This stingy guy is really stingy. How can he say that we're in the wrong? Little did they know that Duo also had his own difficulties. Was Wanlishio's family short of money? Obviously, they were not short of money. If I were to give her a gift of 12 million or 20,000, not only would she not like it, but I would also be heartbroken. It's a typical thankless task. Besides, if I were to give her a gift, with her status, what kind of good things have she not seen before? I, Duo, am so poor, where can I get a precious gift? She wouldn't even be interested in an ordinary gift. Or am I just waiting to embarrass myself? Now, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, and the others had obviously prepared a gift. Needless to say, it was Long Yuxing's fiancée's birthday. The gift would be at least a few 100,000, right? Besides, wasn't it just a show? What was there? What could there be? Everyone was so familiar with each other. Why would they care about a small show like this? Not to mention anything else, even if they went up and farted. It would also be lively. Zhuoxiao's wishful thinking could be said to be loud and clear. Wanlishio squinted and said, Zhua, since we agreed to perform a show, you can't go back on your word. Duo patted his chest heroically and said, What are you talking about? Isn't it just a show? It's Xiao-er's birthday. We're such good classmates. Shouldn't I perform a show? As long as he could save money. Cough, cough. What I'm saying is, a real man must keep his word. His words are like the wind, and his words carry enormous weight. You can't show off your martial arts skills. If you want to go up and fight with your fists and swords, you won't be able to do it. Am I, Duo, that kind of person? I have to say this in advance. I know your character quite well. Wanlishio did not trust Duo's integrity at all. If you say yes, then say yes. How about singing or dancing? Just choose one so that I can be mentally prepared. You can sing or dance. Really? Really? Let's seal the deal. Wanlishio stretched out her palm. Papa. Duo immediately clapped his hands to finalize the deal. He heaved a sigh of relief. He could save a lot of money. Moreover, it would save a huge sum of money. Awesome. Boss. When Li Chenglong saw that Duo had fallen into the trap, he jumped out to remind him, about this show, it's not that easy to perform. Duo did not retract his hand. He maintained the clapping position and tilted his head to look at Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong laughed sinisterly. Zhuo probably didn't hear what Xiao said just now. Duo vaguely felt that something was wrong. He said, What did she say? Why didn't I hear it clearly? Just now, he was so focused on the gifts and monetary gifts that he did not pay attention. Was there something else? Xiao is right. Her father wants to hold a big event to liven things up. That's our Phoenix City's Governor Wan. His big event. Zhua, think about it. There will be a lot of people coming. At the very least, there will be a special stage for performances. Zhua. Oh Zhua, you've been tricked. Ha 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 ha. At first, Li Chenglong sighed and looked worried for Boss Zhua. But in the end, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, taking pleasure in Boss Zhua's misfortune. He slapped his thigh and tears flowed out. Io. Zhua has been tricked. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years event. I'm dying of laughter. Duo was stunned on the spot. After a while, he turned his head to look at Wanlishio. Wanlishio playfully clapped her hands and said with a smile, Boss Zhua, a gentleman's words cannot be taken back. His words are like the wind, and his words carry enormous weight. This is your own choice. No one forced you. Duo's face twitched. When did I become a gentleman? Why didn't I know? It doesn't matter if you're a gentleman or not. You can give me money or gifts. I can accept a monetary gift of 1 million, or a gift that is not lower than the market price. Wanlishio said, They are all of this level. You are the boss and should be the first, but I'm willing to accommodate you. 1 million. Duo's heart trembled. Duo looked at them one by one. The others met his gaze and nodded. They looked straight ahead and were confident. I don't fucking believe it. How much money do you have when you're all together? A gift of 1 million per person. Who are you trying to fool? You. Li Qinglong. How dare you say that you can easily take out 1 million? Who are you trying to fool? Zhou Xiaoduo roared. Li Qinglong chuckled and explained, Boss Zhua, we're not the same as we used to be. We're all rich now. The harvest from the previous experience is not only enough to meet our needs for cultivation, but also a lot of wealth. Exchange points are recognized as a hard currency, and the market value is very high. A gift of 1 million is really not difficult for me now. Zhou Xiaoduo was a little dumbfounded when he heard this. Immediately, he realized that Li Qinglong had become a dragon overnight. He had gained a lot from the experience. He was already a rich man. Performance? Then let's perform. Zhou Xiaoduo puffed out his chest and said without fear of death, What's there to be afraid of when there are more people? I'll accept it. This miser would rather give up his face than his wealth. Oh yeah. The 5 of them applauded together. Yu Moyan whistled and soared into the sky. Little did they know that Zhou Xiaoduo was also suffering in the heart of a child. He only earned a little money every day. Zhou Xiaoyan knew his password. That was clear. If she found out that he had spent 1 million to celebrate Wan Lixio's birthday, just thinking about it made Zhou Xiaoduo shudder and break out in cold sweat. The consequences would be really unimaginable. Tragically accepting the fact that he was about to perform in front of everyone, Zhou Xiaoduo glanced at Li Qinglong from the corner of his eyes. He couldn't help but feel angry. He was so angry that he became bold. This guy was gloating just now. Why was he still laughing now? Are you the reincarnation of a laughing spirit? Do you think you're so great after becoming a dragon overnight? Come. Zhou Xiaoduo finished the last few steamed buns in a few bites. I'll compare notes with you. Li Qinglong was stunned. His expression changed abruptly. He screamed at the top of his lungs, Help! Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio pretended not to see or hear anything. Li Zhongming and Yu Moyan lowered their heads and ate silently. They were afraid that Zhou Xiaoduo would notice them and bring disaster to them. Are you kidding? Help? Who would dare to help? That guy is a ruthless person with a punch of 300,000 pounds. Our punch is only a little more than 80,000 pounds. We can't save him even if we want to. We'll be thankful if the flames of war don't spread to us. Li Qinglong was dragged out by Zhou Xiaoduo. In a moment of desperation, Li Qinglong began to expose them. Zhua, the fact that everyone gave Wan Lixio a birthday present was a conspiracy. It was a conspiracy against you. Li Qingming, Yu Moyan, and Long Yuxing conspired to come up with this idea. Yu Moyan was the mastermind. Long Yuxing was an accomplice. Li Zhongming was the one who added fuel to the fire, and I was only the one who played a supporting role. Li Qinglong betrayed his teammates desperately. Zhua, really? I'm just a small character in this matter. Even if you want to beat someone, you can't just beat me. Long Yuxing, Li Zhongming, and Yu Moyan were extremely shocked when they heard this. Disloyal. Spineless. Coward. I knew it. He's a traitor. Even when he's about to die, he still wants to drag someone down with him. Shameless. Shameless traitor. Zhou Xiaoduo snorted. Whether it's shameless or not, we'll talk about it later. The 3 of you, come out now. Or do you want me to drag you out? Long Yuxing screamed and quickly jumped out of the window. Yu Moyan was about to rush out as well when he felt his scalp tighten. Zhou Xiaoduo had already grabbed his hair and pulled him back. He screamed and fell onto Li Zhongming's body. The 2 of them rolled on the ground like gourds. Teacher Qin's hair-grabbing technique had already surpassed Zhou Xiaoduo's usage. Just when Yu Moyan and Li Zhongming were rolling on the ground, a shadow flashed again. Zhou Xiaoduo jumped in from the window like Long Yuxing. His right hand was still holding on to Long Yuxing, who had just jumped out. His movements were so fast that it was shocking. Let's go down. When they went outside, they didn't talk nonsense. They left the north and south fighting things and gave them a good beating. In the end, the 4 of them begged for mercy and it ended. Zhou Xiaoduo finally vented his anger, but his heart was still melancholy. He had already said it in front of Wan Lixio, who was about to celebrate her birthday. If he didn't fulfill his promise, it wouldn't be right. But did he really have to perform? That seemed a little shameful. Should he go up and play the guitar? Sing a song? It wasn't impossible, but what should he sing? While thinking about it, Zhuo Xiaoduo entered the 50x gravity room. After eating his fill with the dragon blood flying dagger, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt his training speed increase again. Coupled with the absorption of the jade of astral souls, all the energy in his dantian gradually turned into heat energy from the flaming Sun Sutra. After the conversion, the energy in his body finally surged violently. It seemed like he was about to break through again. Zhuo Xiaoduo even felt that if the energy in his body became restless this time, he wouldn't be able to resist it anymore. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel sad and depressed. Even if I have the help of a cheat, I'm still not as good as Nian Mao. How many times have I done it? Chapter 242. If I can't surpass Nian Mao in the past, then my chances of catching up with Nian Mao in the future will be very slim. Or maybe I won't be able to do it at all. For the first time, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't stay in the gravity room until 6 p.m. At 5:30 p.m., he stopped cultivating because he was troubled by a lot of things. I can't absorb anymore. If I do, I'm afraid I'll really break through. Zhuo Xiaoduo meditated for a while and tried to calm down the primordial qi in his body. Then, he opened the door and walked out dejectedly. Qin Fengyang was standing under the big tree at the door with his hands behind his back. He was surprised when he heard the door open behind him. Who came out early? He turned around and was even more surprised when he saw who it was. It was Zhuo Xiaoduo, the cultivation maniac. But today, Zhuo Xiaoduo's head was lowered and he looked dejected. Qin Fengyang couldn't get used to it, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. This kid's progress is terrifying. What's going on? What was he trying to do? What's wrong with you? Qin Fengyang asked. I'm afraid I can't control the breakthrough this time. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very disappointed and listless. It's hard to break through now. Qin Fengyang's eyes widened. I thought I'd have to restrain at least 10 more times, Zhuo Xiaoduo said disappointedly, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Teacher Qin, don't you think I'm useless? Qin Fengyang's mouth twitched. After what happened last night, how could he not know that he had greatly wronged Zhuo Xiaoduo these past few days? Although he didn't know the reason, but Zhuo Xiaoduo's improvement in this period of time was terrifying. Looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo's disappointed face, Qin Fengyang rubbed his chin and pondered, should I tell him that my greatest expectation for him is to reach the peak of the martial master realm with a strength of over 100,000 jin? Right now, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already exceeded his target by 3 times. This result was enough to shock the entire continent. Not to mention, there was also the additional increase brought about by the breakthrough. After thinking about it, Qin Fengyang still decided not to tell him. Firstly, he told him that this brat was definitely going to show off and act shamelessly again. That shamelessness would definitely make anyone who saw it have the urge to beat him to death. Secondly, looking at this guy's frowning face now was quite amusing and pleasing to the eye. Qin Fengyang decided to observe for a few more days. Yes, although it is indeed a little early. Qin Fengyang coughed and said, the number of times you controlled it was also a little low, but it still reached the lower limit of my estimation. Especially the strength of your attacks. Your performance was the most remarkable. It's not unacceptable to break through now. Sometimes, human strength is limited. Zhuo Xiaoduo said bitterly, but I heard that when Yin Cat broke through, she suppressed it more than 50 times. Over 50 times? Qin Fengyang's eyes widened. No wonder this brat was like this. It turned out that he had a great con man behind him who was even more ruthless than him. Although Qin Fengyang did not know how many times the spiritual thought goddess suppressed it, he dared to guarantee that it was definitely not more than 10 times. Because it was said that the spiritual thought goddess Thorny Road was compressed 8 times. And 8 times of compression was already at the level of a peerless genius. However, if it was really like what Zhuo Xiaoduo said, and it was more than 50 times, then it would not be 8 times of compression. It would be another number that no one dared to believe. Patting Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulder, Qin Fengyang comforted and encouraged him. If you can control it, then try to control it more. If you really can't control it, It's okay to break through. You've already, cough cough, done well. Zhuo bit his lips and nodded slowly. He thought in his heart, even if it's just one more time, even if it's just one more time. He was really unwilling to break through like this. Qin Fangyang grabbed Zhuo's hand and inserted a wisp of his true qi to check the condition of his dantian. As soon as he took a look, he suddenly coughed violently. He only felt a raging wave in his heart, inexplicably terrified. What the fuck? The capacity of his dantian, the width of his meridians, the flexibility, everything. What the fuck is this? When I broke through to the Xiantian realm, no, even when I was at the high-level Xiantian realm, the width of my meridians was not even 1/5 of this brat's. This brat is a monster, a freak. Why should I compare myself with him? It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Come on. Keep it up. I believe in you. You can do it. Qin Fangyang said with a complicated expression. Yes, I definitely will. Zhuo gritted his teeth and said, no matter what, I have to try to compress it one more time. Otherwise, it's too embarrassing. Too embarrassing?
Cough, cough, cough.
Qin Fangyang coughed again. No matter when, this brat's trait of infuriating people to death had not changed at all. Do whatever you want, Qin Fangyang said in annoyance. That afternoon, after Zhuo finished reading the fortune, he grabbed his newly earned money and went home. Phoenix City South Gate. A car slowly drove in. In the car, beside the driver's seat, a young lady in black sat in the front passenger seat. She was lost in her thoughts as she looked at the grass and trees of Phoenix City. We've arrived, Phoenix City. This is the place. This is where I lost my greedy wolf's heart. In the back seat, a middle-aged man and a young man sat on the left and right, resting with their eyes closed. Indeed, the journey was quite tiring. It was really too far away. We've finally arrived at Phoenix City. An inexplicable light flashed in the eyes of the black-clothed girl, as if she had finally breathed a sigh of relief. She did not know why, but as soon as she entered Phoenix City, a strange feeling gradually grew in her heart. It was a feeling of familiarity and longing that she had not tasted for a long time. It was as if there was a voice urgently calling her in this city. It was so heart-wrenching, so unforgettable. This made her heart inexplicably chaotic the moment she entered the city. Xuani, the middle-aged man in the back seat, said with his eyes closed, your spiritual sense has always been sharp. When you first entered the city, did you feel something? Xuani gently shook her head. Martial uncle, I'm afraid this city is not simple. As soon as I entered the city, I felt a very dangerous and frightening feeling. You must know that even when I went to Shangjing, where more powerful enemies gathered, I did not have such a feeling. We should be more careful on this trip. The middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and frowned. Is it only dangerous? It's more than dangerous. Xuani slightly frowned. It's a subtle feeling of impending disaster. Martial uncle, if possible, we shouldn't stay in this city for too long. In fact, in my opinion, it's best to not enter the city and just leave. Before the middle-aged man said anything, the young man on the side laughed. Junior sister, your plan is definitely not feasible. We came here for a mission. We need to cooperate with some actions and so on. How can we just leave as we please? Xuani said, if that's the case, I hope we can leave first in a few days. Martial uncle and senior brother, you two are enough to support the overall situation. Xuani's cultivation is shallow. Even if I force myself to stay, I won't be of much help. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. He looked at Xuani's back from the back seat and said lightly, now is the time when we need people. Everything is uncertain. There's no need to rush to leave. Xuani hesitated for a long time, but finally said, okay. The middle-aged man said lightly, we passed through so many cities along the way. Xuani, you found so many fortune tellers to read your face. Do you still have any doubts about your background? Xuani said lightly, I'm just unwilling to accept it. Cultivators focus on the heart. If you can't let go of this burden, it will become a flaw in your state of mind. The middle-aged man said indifferently, "In this world, there are people dying every moment, especially at the front lines, hundreds of thousands of Li. There are too many people dying every moment. For some people, even after decades of death, their hometown is still proud of them and doesn't know about their death. Their children also don't know that their father or mother is gone. In this world, there is not only one orphan without parents. There are hundreds of millions of people, or even billions of people. You are too attached to your parents. If you continue to be like this, whether or not that little bit of kinship exists will become a great obstacle to your cultivation." Mo Xuanyi listened quietly and said softly, "Xuanyi just wants to work hard and do my best. Martial uncle, you don't have to worry too much. It's best if you can find them. If I can't find it, that's to be expected, but it's also my duty as a son. No matter what, my heart will be indifferent." The middle-aged man said sharply, "If you find them, will your heart still be indifferent?" Mo Xuanyi smiled bitterly, "Martial uncle, you know that this is an extremely slim hope, almost none. I really don't understand why you care so much. I have listened to your teachings hundreds of thousands of times during this journey of hundreds of thousands of miles. Martial uncle, why are you so worried?" The middle-aged man frowned. "It's good that you know." He closed his eyes and said no more. The young man said, "Martial uncle, should we report to the emissary first?" "No." The middle-aged man said lightly, "Let's find our own people first and confirm the situation. It's a long journey. We don't want to be cannon fodder the moment we arrive." Begging for monthly votes, subscriptions, recommendation tickets. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.